Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is our pleasure today at the Sharqiya University to have this event, Research Day. We are delighted to welcome you all to the fourth Research Day at ASU. This Research Day aims to enrich the academic community here at ASU, particularly for managing challenges resulting from changing global context of research. In addition, this event is also intended to connect the researchers from academia to industry practitioners, as well as researchers from other, institutions. This event is presented by the University Research and Enterprise Committee under the patronage of Sharqiya University Vice Chancellor, Professor Fuad Shadid. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now opening the ceremony of the 2022 ASU Research Day by listening to the Holy Quran recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان. والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان. والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. صدق الله العظيم.
صدق الله العظيم. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the keynote address delivered by the Vice Chancellor of ASU, Professor Fuad Shadid. Professor Fuad Shadid, the floor is yours.
Muted. I'm sorry, I just noticed that my mic was mute. Good morning. I would like to welcome you all to ASU Research Day 2022. This is an annual event where the university community gets to listen to keynotes by distinguished guests and gets to hear from some of our faculty about their latest research interests and results. I personally would like to see a University 365 day, for there is nothing more gratifying to a faculty member than enriching their discipline with results of their own. And why do faculty members go through all this trouble? It is because of that self-satisfying feeling that often comes with the word aha. Strange as it may sound, but ask any person who has significantly contributed to their discipline, and you will most probably get that kind of a reply. That three-letter word aha compresses how it feels when one satisfies their own curiosity. It compresses our human urge to understand things by uncovering their laws, an urge that has been the main drive behind the human civilization developments throughout history. I want to thank the University Research and Enterprise Committee for putting this program together. I want to thank the presenters for their participation. And last but not least, I want to thank our keynote speakers. Dr. Salah Zajali from the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Professor Ahmed Mandir from Research Development and Innovation in Cairo, and Dr. Simon Kevich from University of Kent. I wish you a successful day ahead, and we all look forward to your presentations. Thank you.
Many thanks. Many thanks to Professor Fuad Shadid. Ladies and gentlemen, now, thank you, Professor Fuad Shadid. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be presenting a short video presentation entitled ESU and Research. This short film shows the research achievements at ESU. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are very proud to have three keynote speakers for this event, the 2022 ASU Research Day. They have come from different fields. Each of them will deliver his presentation in 45 minutes, including the Q&R session. Please join me in welcoming our first speaker, Dr. Salah Azzajali. Dr. Salah Azzajali, the Director General of Research Programs and Capacity Building at the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. Dr. Salah Azzajali is the Director General of Research Programs and Capacity Building. He has a PhD in biomedical sciences from the United Arab Emirates University, a Master's of Environmental Health from the University of Oklahoma, and a Bachelor of Medicine from SQU. Before his current position, Dr. Azzajali was the Director of Health in the TRC. Prior to that, he was a specialist and a trainer in environmental and occupational health in the Ministry of Health. Before I hand the mic to Dr. Azzajali, I wanted to remind everybody that we will welcome the questions at the end of the talk. The talk, including the Q&A session, will last 45 minutes. It's over to you, Dr. Azzajali. Dr. Salah, we cannot hear you. I don't know if you have started or not. We can see your slides though, but we cannot hear your voice. Dr. Salah, if you are facing some technical problems, please put them in the chat box. We can see your slides, but we couldn't hear your voice. Okay, Dr. Salah, it seems that there is a problem. We cannot hear you. How about now? Still, Doctor. We cannot hear you, Doctor. And your slides are not showing anymore. Okay, everybody. It seems that we have a problem with the audio from Dr. Salah. I will remind you of the three keynote speakers that we have today. We have Dr. Salah Hazid-Jali. He will be presenting a topic on the strategic research programs by Muhiri, guidelines and insights. After that, inshallah, we will have Professor Ahmed Mandil. He will be talking about supporting research for health, WHO perspectives. And then we'll have Dr. Simon Perridge. He will be speaking about research impact and reflections on the research excellence framework in the UK. After that, inshallah, we'll have our lunch break, after which we will have the parallel research tracks. Dr. Salah, the next speaker is not lined up. If I can request from you to maybe log off and log in again, if that's possible, Dr. Salah. Please, maybe if you signed in through your browser, it is better to from the application. I am sorry for this delay. I just wanted to share with you that we will be hearing from our students, inshallah, where they will be presenting their project and posters. Our students are so excited to share their presentation skills with you. And this will be a panel evaluated session. So we will have a panel of experienced researchers with us who will be evaluating the students. So please do not miss this opportunity to support our students. The students, their presentation skills, students competition will be at 11:45. Please make sure that you attend this, as this will be delightful to our students. And
can you hear me now?
Yes, Dr. Salah.
Okay, great. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Salam alaikum. I hope you are doing very well. Sorry about this technical issue. You can hear me now clearly?
Yes, Dr. Salah, loud and clear.
Okay, great. So in the beginning, I would like to thank Sharqiya University for inviting me to this great workshop. Very special thanks go to Dr. Ayman Saleh and Dr. Raya Al-Blushi for all their efforts in coordinating for this event. So for today, my talk is going to be about the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation new program, which is about the strategic research projects. This is the general outline of my talk, where I'm going to start first with the objectives of this program. Then we'll go to the requirements that are needed in order for the organizations to be able to activate this program. Then we'll discuss the workflow of the program. Then I'll highlight the role that the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation is going to play. And finally, we'll quickly go through key performance indicators in relation to research performance. So in the beginning, the strategic research program is actually the result of excellent collaboration between the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, and a number of governmental organizations. As such, we consider this program to be a national program with a clear focus on targeting national vision and national strategies by focusing on national priorities and challenges. If you look at the royal decrees that established the various governmental organizations, whether it be ministries or even agencies such as the Environment Authority, then you can clearly see that all of these royal decrees mention very clearly the importance of conducting research, collecting scientific data, analyzing them in order to come up with solutions for all the challenges and issues that these governmental organizations might face. As such, research is a mandate for all of these governmental organizations. Along the same lines, this program aims to help and support these governmental organizations by helping them to focus on their own national and sectorial priorities through conducting high quality applied research in order to come up with solutions for all the problems that they might face. Through this program, we also aim to build capacity in terms of research. In addition, we focus a lot on establishing collaboration with different sectors, whether it be governmental, academic, or the private sector, as well as encouraging all of these partners to collaborate among themselves. We also hope that through this program and these research projects, we will be able to either introduce new policies, regulations, acts, or to improve the existing ones, as well as improving work practices and procedures. The ultimate objective is to boost countries' economy by building a strong and knowledge-based economy. So what are the requirements if a particular governmental organization is interested to activate this program? As I kept on saying, that the main partners for this program have to be governmental organizations, mainly ministries or agencies such as the Environment Authority. So first, they need to show a real interest in activating this program, in adopting all the research projects and benefiting from their results and trying their best to implement the outcomes. In order for them to be able to participate, they have to be electronically connected with our electronic portal, RIMS. In addition to that, we requested each participating organization to form a committee to be responsible about the evaluation of proposal and the monitoring of all ongoing research projects. And you can easily call it the Research Management or Administration Committee. And the last requirement is that each main partner must assign 3 focal points: a research focal point, a financial focal point, and a focal point with technical background in IT. So these are the main requirements for the activation of the program at the level of the main partner organization. In regard with Research Management Committee, they have a number of responsibilities as they are going to be outlined in the next slide. Their first responsibility is to identify their priorities and to align them well with Oman Vision 2040. In addition to that, they will be responsible about the full management of all submitted applications. They will also be responsible about the monitoring of ongoing projects. And then once all of these research projects are completed, they will have to try their best to adopt the results and try to implement them practically. In addition to that, they have to look into the details of each project, making sure that these researchers are going to comply with national policies and regulations. And at the end of each year, we expect to receive from them an annual report with a detail about work progress. In addition to that, we also encourage them to conduct workshops, seminars, conferences, research days such as this one on a regular basis in relation to all the ongoing and completed projects in their particular sector. In regard with specifying their research priorities and challenges, in the beginning of each cycle, we send them this form, where we obviously ask about the basic information about each sector, in addition to the main research priorities and challenges that they would like to focus on in a particular cycle. And these challenges might change from a year to another. They also have to align their current challenges with Oman Vision 2040. They must provide a short description of each priority, and based on these challenges, they should come up with a number of research themes. They must also specify the objectives for conducting these particular research projects. Besides, they must have a vision about the expected outcomes from these research projects. And we also want to know about their partners, the partners who are going to help them in conducting these research projects, as well as the potential beneficiaries who might benefit from the results of these projects once they are completed. So in the beginning of each cycle, we ask them about their research priorities and challenges. We also get from them a description of the current status. And then once these research projects are completed, they must provide us with a full report showing the results and all their efforts in terms of trying to adopt the outcome of these research projects. And this is extremely important for us, and it's going to be one of the most important KPIs that we are going to use in order to determine the financial share for all of these institutes in the future. At present, for the first cycle, after restructuring this program, some of you might know that in the past, we used to have several strategic programs, but since last year, we decided to restructure them using this new methodology. So for this year, we have a total of 9 governmental organizations who showed interest to participate in this program. However, only 3 managed to eventually submit applications in the first cycle, and these are the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources, and the Ministry of Education. These are the announcements from these 3 ministries. The first one from the Ministry of Health. And as you can see, they preferred and they decided to focus this year on the management of obesity. And the deadline for receiving proposals in this track was last March. The second announcement is for the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources. And since they have 4 sectors, they had several research priorities and themes. And once again, their deadline for receiving the applications was last March. And the third active participant this year was the Ministry of Education. That was about the main partners who are going to be responsible about receiving the applications, monitoring ongoing projects, and then trying to adopt the results and implementing them. In regard with execution, all of these research projects can be conducted at different research institutes, starting first with the main governmental organizations that participated in the program. Their employees, their researchers can also participate in conducting these research projects. In addition to that, researchers like yourself from the University of Sharqiya might also participate by submitting proposals. So this program is also open for all academic researchers from the various colleges, universities, as well as research centers in Oman. As for international researchers, they cannot submit an application as a PI or a co-PI. However, they can participate in these research projects as a co-investigator or as a consultant. And we highly encourage the PIs, the local PIs, to try to establish collaboration with international researchers. In regard with application conditions, obviously, just like the block funding program, all applications must be submitted through our electronic portal, RIMS. Unlike the block funding program, where the researcher may submit a proposal in any field on any topic, as long as they are interested in, here, they may submit an application that is limited only to the themes that have been mentioned in the announcement. Any other applications will be excluded. The maximum duration for conducting each research project is 2 years. Both of the main PI, the PI as well as the co-PI must be from the same research institute in Oman. And for these two researchers, the PI and the co-PI, they may only submit one application per cycle. However, they can act as a co-investigator in several other projects. And these are additional conditions for applications. Coming to the evaluation of these research proposals, we have here two sets of criteria. The first one is related to the relevance of these research projects to Oman and to the current challenges and priorities and the issues that we are facing at present. And these criteria will be the responsibility of the research committee at the main partner organization to evaluate them. If the committee members at the main partner organization are unable to evaluate a particular research proposal, then they might form a small technical or scientific committee to help them in evaluating these applications. As a minimum, the minimum number of reviewers should be at least 3. The second set of criteria is related to scientific merits or excellence criteria. And I'm sure that you are familiar with these criteria, so I won't go through them. And this is going to be the responsibility of the peer reviewers to evaluate all the applications in terms of scientific merit. Once again, the minimum number of reviewers should be at least 3. And at least one of these 3 reviewers should be from a research institute from outside Oman. One reviewer must be an international reviewer. Regarding the workflow, unlike the previous strategic programs where we used to allocate funds for each program separately, here we are going to have a pooled budget. And all the applicants will have to compete for the funds that are allocated on a yearly basis in order to get funded. Then, as we do with the block funding program, each year we are going to collect KPIs, research KPIs from each participating organization. And based on these KPIs, we are going to determine their financial share. Then the whole budget will be transferred to the main partner organization, who are going to be then responsible about the monitoring of ongoing projects, and then transferring the money to the researchers and research institutes based on the timeline and the deliverables of each research project. In regard with our electronic portal, RIMS, it provides a number of services. Here, we can post the announcements. Obviously, all applications must go through this portal, whether they are pre-proposals, full proposals. The evaluation of all applications will be through the system by the committee members as well as by the peer reviewers. The researchers may submit their progress and final reports through this portal, and then the monitoring of ongoing projects until their final and successful completion will also be undertaken through this electronic portal. Coming to the financing of these research projects, the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation is going to cover up to 50% of the total cost of each research project. This is the first condition. The second condition is that this 50% must not exceed 50,000 riyal per project. So where does the remaining fund should come from? Where does the remaining fund will come from? The remaining funds can be contributed by all the remaining partners, including the main partner who is responsible about this particular sector, as well as the research institute who are going to participate in conducting these particular research projects. They have to collaborate and then to come up with the remaining 50% or whatever the remaining budget is, as long as the Ministry of Health pays a maximum of 50,000. So the remaining contribution can be either in the form of cash money or it can be in the form of in-kind contributions. So basically, the financing of these projects must be in the form of co-funding. Then we are going to sign research contracts. The first contract we are going to sign will be with the main partner organization. And here we are going to list all the projects that have been approved for a particular cycle, for a particular organization, a sector. And the starting date for these research contracts is going to be the date when the money is transferred to the main partner. In addition to that, we ask the main partner to sign subcontracts with the research institutes and with the PIs of each research project. In terms of reports, obviously, this is the responsibility of the PI. So they have to submit progress reports as well as final reports whenever needed in the electronic system RIMS. These reports will directly go to the focal point at the main partner organization. So if a particular project is in the field of health, then it will go to the focal point at the Ministry of Health. They will be responsible about the initial screening of these reports, and then the full evaluation of each progress and final report will be taken care of by the committee at the main organization institute. Regarding the timeline for the program this year, we started last January by sending all the main partners the form where they have to determine and specify their research priorities and challenges. When we received the responses, we revised them, and eventually we prepared the announcements and then we posted them everywhere. After receiving the proposals, the main partners took care of screening them, evaluating them by the committee members and sending them for peer reviewing. And this month, they submitted the final lists of fully evaluated and ranked applications in each sector. As for the next cycle for 2023, we are planning to open the electronic portal a little bit earlier, maybe by September this year. And then we'll give the researchers a little bit of more time to work on their applications. And the final deadline for receiving the application, I mean for the submission of all the fully evaluated and ranked applications to Mohiri, is going to be March 2023. So that was about the responsibilities of the main partners and research institutes in regard with the Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. We are going to take care of the applications once we receive these fully evaluated and ranked lists. We'll start screening them, going through them, making sure that all the applications are complete. Whenever there are any missing pieces of information, we'll get back to the focal points and the researchers. As we mentioned, we collect KPIs from all research institutes on a yearly basis, and based on these, we are going to determine the financial share for each institute, and then these financial requests will be sent to the Ministry of Finance to approve them. After their approval, we'll sign contracts with the main partner, and then we'll transfer the money to the main partner. Finally, in regard with research performance indicators, we have a lot of KPIs to look at, obviously, starting with publications, the number of collaborations that the researchers were able to establish, whether with local institutes or international organizations, the number of completed projects from previous cycles in any program, whether it be from block funding, the EJAD project, or any other program. The budget that the RI allocated for R&D, as well as the funding that they were able to receive from other organizations, particularly from the private sector. Capacity building efforts at each research institute, policies, regulations that came up after completing these research projects, the number of submissions in each cycle, IPs that they got from previous projects. We highly encourage all research institutes to conduct workshops, training programs, conferences, awareness raising programs for the community, and we'll look at all of these, in addition to many more indicators. If you are interested to participate in this program, we have a detailed guideline, and this guideline is easily available on our website. At present, it's in Arabic, but currently we are working on translating it. So hopefully before the start of the next cycle, we'll also have the translated guideline on our website. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Salah Al-Zijjali, for a very informative and elaborate presentation. Before I turn to our audience, I would like to ask a couple of questions myself. If you would share with us the kind of challenges that you have faced from the higher education institutions with regards to the strategic research programs.
Okay, in the past, we had two problems with these strategic programs. Actually, we started these programs long ago with the start of TRC. Around 2011, 2012, we started the first strategic programs. And we noticed over the years until 2020 that we had two main problems. First, we used to have the managers working on a part-time basis at TRC. They came from their own institutes, such as from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and so on. And they worked at TRC on a part-time basis. So because of this arrangement, they were unfortunately not fully dedicated to the strategic programs. That was one main challenge. And the second challenge that we faced in the past was that after the completion of these research projects, unfortunately, sometimes the results, the outcomes were not implemented. And perhaps one of the main reasons why these outcomes were not implemented was because they didn't pay anything for these research projects. All the funding was fully provided by TRC. Based on these previous experiences, we decided to restructure this program to shift the full management and administration of all projects to the main partners, to make it compulsory to participate in co-funding of each research project. And in regard with the implementation of the outcomes, we are going to make it one of the main criteria that we are going to use for calculating the financial share for each institute.
Thank you, Dr. Salah Al-Zijjali. My other question was, since the deadline yes, we can hear you. My second question, Dr. Salah Al-Zijjali, is since the deadline for the submission of proposals was last March, if I may ask about the number of proposals that you have received.
We received a good number of proposals. At present, we are still evaluating them, and we are waiting for the focal points to respond to some of the queries that we had. It will take us a little bit of time until we finalize this list, but once it is complete and finalized, we'll post the results everywhere in the social media and the newspapers. So we'll do it later. At present, I cannot disclose the number of applications that we received because we are still evaluating them.
Thank you, Dr. Salah. If I may be greedy here, I have one more question.
Sure.
Some of the researchers may argue that the 2 years that you have set is too short of a period for a research project to be completed, since some of the publications might take a long time to publish the results and get published. Is my question clear, Dr. Salah?
Yes, it is clear. Actually, I get this question all the time. Yes, we are fully aware that 2 years is not adequate, particularly, for example, in the field of health. Usually they conduct long-term projects, longitudinal projects. They take several years, sometimes they take decades until they complete their projects. But this program has been designed this way to focus mainly on small to medium-sized projects. I always give a small advice to all the researchers to break down their projects into phases. And they can submit a proposal in each cycle. As I mentioned, we are going to open this program. We are going to receive applications on a yearly basis. So they may submit applications on a yearly basis. Each year, they may submit an application for one phase of the project. This is one thing. Second, when we talk about 2 years, it's mainly about conducting the project itself. It's not about publications. Publications, we know, might take much longer than that. Might take up to 3 years, 4 years, depending on the research, on the researcher and on the project. So this duration of 2 years is mainly about the execution of the practical parts of the project, as well as about submitting the final report to the committee. Publications, obviously, might take much longer than that.
Okay, Dr. Salah Zajari, thank you so much. Now we welcome questions from the audience by raise of hand, and I'll keep my eye on the chat box. If you have any questions and you want just to type them, I'll have my eye there as well. So we have 10 minutes for a Q&A session.
Excuse me, please. I'm trying to find my hand raising button, but I cannot find it. So may I ask a question, please?
Go ahead, Dr. Hashmi.
This is for Dr. Salah. I've noticed that some of the proposals or industrial challenges, they have put condition with the time limits. For example, one of them was expecting the results to be done in 6 months, starting from the day of submission of the proposal until the end of the full solution for their problem. So do you think that is actually achievable? This is one of the deterrent that people might face, or the researchers, because once they find that it's actually the time limitation might hinder their progress, then they might not really be willing to take that challenge. So what are in plans to actually facilitate such situations? Thank you.
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, we faced this problem last year. There were a lot of delays, whether during the submission of proposals from researchers or during the evaluation of proposals by the committees and peer reviewers. And then we had another major issues when we had to get several approvals, actually twice, from the Ministry of Finance to transfer the money to the researchers. There were a lot of delays. We are trying to overcome all of these issues by improving the workflow, by improving our processes, and by trying to speed up everything and preparing everything ahead of time. Perhaps in the future, we can think about establishing a new track for, we can call it like the fast track, where we can support projects that cannot wait for too long. And actually we did this 2 years ago when we had COVID-19. We were in rush, we were under pressure. It was a real crisis. And during that time, we designed COVID-19 research program, and everything was conducted and finished in a very short period of time. We took less than 3 months to finish everything from the start to the end, from forming the program, writing the guideline, announcing about the themes, evaluating the applications, approving them, everything was completed within a very short period of time, within 3 months. So if needed, we can resort to that option.
I mean, if I may, my question is really actually the people who are having that kind of industrial challenge, they dictating the period of time that they needed the research to be conducted and finished. So that's my concern. That's actually as a deterrent to a researcher, because once you sign a contract, you're obliged of completing that within the time prescribed by the person who submitted the challenge. And that is my concern. Is there a way to actually talk to these organizations and say that's in especially laboratory-based research that has required experimentations, that 6 months, for example, is not really inadequate to solve an industrial challenge that requires manipulation of processes? That's my concern.
Are you talking about EJAD projects?
Indeed, one of them.
Okay, actually, I'm not involved with EJAD projects per se. I'm mainly responsible about the strategic research program and the block funding program. And with EJAD, I know that one of the issues with them is that these companies are the ones who are going to sponsor and to fund these projects. So I guess because of that, they are putting all of these high demands on researchers because they are the ones who are fully funding these projects. But of course, we can talk to our colleagues at EJAD in order to try to find a solution for this issue.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Salim Hashmi, for your question. And now we move to Dr. Fadi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Salah Zajjari for his informative presentation. I have a couple of questions, if you please. The first one is how guys you decided that the other priorities area for research for the next year, and the second question, how do you evaluate what is the KPI? Can we have the KPIs to start writing our proposal for the next year?
Sure. Regarding the priorities
Is it
and the
clear,
research
Dr. Salah?
field, yes, I heard you. Yes, is your question over? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. So regarding the research priorities and research themes, it's not us who decides on this. It's the main partner organization. For example, in the field of health, it's the responsibility of the Ministry of Health to specify the research priorities and themes that they would like to announce about in each year. So we send them the form for research priorities, and they fill in this form and tell us what they want to focus on in each cycle. Similarly with other organizations. So these come from the main sector that is responsible about a particular field.
Okay. How about Dr. Salah? How about the evaluation KPIs? Can we have a list of these KPIs so we can follow it up?
Sure. As I mentioned, we have the complete guideline on our website. And in that guideline, we mentioned a long list of KPIs that we are going to look at in the future. So you may kindly download the guideline and get the full list over there. Sure, most welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fadi, for your question. We have a question in the chat by Dr. Muhammad Al-Hinai. Can you announce about the next year's titles from now? I don't know if you understand the question. I don't understand the question, but maybe Dr. Salah, because you're familiar with these questions.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. They're asking about the priorities and the research themes for the next cycle. Until now, we are still working on finalizing the applications for this year, 2022. So once we are done with that, and once we allocate the budget for each sector, then we'll send them the form to specify for us the new themes that they want the researchers to work on for the next cycle. As I mentioned in the timeline, hopefully these research themes will be announced around maybe September or October. So they haven't been determined until now.
Thank you, Dr. Salah, and thank you, Dr. Mohammed Al-Hinai. We welcome questions on both languages, Arabic and English. Dr. Salah Al-Zijali can speak both.
السلام عليكم دكتور صلاح. السلام عليكم دكتور صلاح.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله أختي. مرحبا دكتورة.
And thank you for accepting our invitation and for the wonderful talk. I just have one question. You mentioned that the 2 years are for the project duration. It's not for the publication. However, from our experience of the block funding program, I don't know about if it's the same with this one, that as you know, that publication we publish after the 2 years. However, the amount, if for example, I allocated some amount for the publication, we know that we cannot use that amount after the duration period of the project. And you mentioned that it is only for the project and it is not for the publication. So is it possible to use the amount after the duration period of the project? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. This is a good question. Yes, I said that the duration that we specify as 2 years is basically for executing the practical parts of the project, as well as for submitting the final report to the committee. So this is the 2 years duration. If during that period of time, sometimes some researchers manage to collect enough data to analyze them and to publish, so they were able on many occasions to use the money that was allocated for dissemination for this purpose. But sometimes, yes, very true, you are unable to finish your papers, you are unable to publish during that period of time of 2 years, and then you might need the budget sometime later. But unfortunately, we have another issue with the finance department and with the auditing departments. If we don't close this project, then we'll have a problem with the finance department and with the auditing department. So because of their requirements, we have to close the project. And because of that, we tell the researchers, no, sorry, you cannot use the budget the remaining budget, once the project is completed. However, in order to overcome this problem, we are currently working on a new program. We call it the publication programs, where we are going to fund only publications, regardless of how and where from the funds came for conducting the project. So whether you got funding from the block funding program, or it was allocated by the university itself, or you got some funding for your project from the private sector, it doesn't matter. What matters here in this new program is that you are interested in publishing a paper in a good impact factor journal, and you want some funds to help you with the publication fees, then you may submit your application to this upcoming new program. At present, we are still working on this program. We finished writing its draft. Actually, we sent it to all focal points to revise it for us. Unfortunately, most focal points never replied. Few of them replied back, and the ones who replied didn't have any further comments on the proposal that we sent to them. And then we finalized the proposal from our side, and we submitted it to Her Excellency, the Minister. So at present, we are in the stage of final revision of this proposal. If it's finally approved by the Minister and by the other departments in the Ministry, the Legal Department and Finance Department, then hopefully you will have this option for covering the publication fees for the publications that will come out sometime later after the 2 years duration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah. I have another question. What about the conference papers? Do you, for example, is it a request that we publish proceedings, a conference paper, or you also accept the abstract papers, just abstract publications?
You mean in terms of KPIs?
Yeah, because some conferences, they are international and indexed conferences, very strong conferences. However, they don't, they don't have the proceedings. Yeah, they don't publish proceedings. So do you, for example, accept that abstract publication paper as a abstract as a publication?
At present, we don't. We only focus on full papers. But we might consider it in the future. But at present, no, it's not.
Okay, because some international conferences, they are very strong conferences, and even sometimes if you just apply to give an oral presentation, even they say we don't allow young researchers or students to present a talk. They just allow them to do the poster presentation.
We can look at it. Maybe we'll accept it in future cycles. We'll look at it,
yeah.
Doctor.
Okay, because even students, this is a good chance for students. Sometimes we have research assistant as students, and the student, as you know, they sometimes they are not allowed to give a talk. So this is a good chance for them to give to participate in the conferences by posters.
Right, very true. Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure, Doctor. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Raya, for your question. And thank you, Dr. Salah Zijali, for answering those questions. Dr. Salah, before we conclude our session, do you have any last or final tips that you want to provide to our researchers and attendees here?
Yeah, I highly encourage them to participate in all our programs, and I wish them all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Salah. Thank you so much, Dr. Salah. Now we're moving to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Ahmed Mandil. Professor Ahmed Mandil is a coordinator for research and innovation at the World Health Organization in the Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office, seconded from the High Institute of Public Health in Alexandria University since 2014. He received his MB-CHB in 1981 and a master's in Beatrix in 1985 from Alexandria University, Egypt, and doctorate of Public Health from UCLA School of Public Health in USA in 1991. He is the Secretary International Epidemiological Association from 2002 to 2008, Dean College of Health Sciences, University of Sharqa in UAE from 2004 to 2006, and a Professor of Community Medicine at King Saud University in Saudi Arabia from 2008 to 2014. He currently serves as the Deputy Executive Editor, WHO Eastern Mediterranean Health Journal, and supports WHO's work in the area and areas of research for health and WHO collaborating centers, bioethics, innovation, digital health in the region. Dr. Ahmed, Professor Ahmed Mandil, welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, please, and see my slides?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, and your slides are clear.
Thank you so much. الأستاذ الدكتور فؤاد شديد وكيل جامعة الشرقية دكتور صالح الزجالي مدير إدارة البحوث وبناء الكوادر بوزارة التعليم العالي والبحوث والابتكار، دكتور أيمن الصالح مدير إدارة البحوث والدراسات العليا بجامعة الشرقية، الأستاذ الدكتور يحيى الوهيبي نائب وكيل الجامعة لشؤون البحوث والشؤون الأكاديمية، رئيس الجلسة. أيها السيدات والسادة، في البداية أحب أن أتشرف أن أنقل إليكم خالص التحيات والتمنيات الطيبة من سعادة الدكتور أحمد المنظري المدير الإقليمي منظمة الصحة العالمية بالقاهرة، وهو كما تعلمون من عمان، والدكتورة رنا الحاجي مديرة إدارة البرامج بالمكتب، والدكتور أرش رشيديان مدير إدارة العلوم والمعلومات ونشرها بالمكتب أيضا. كما أحب أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير للجنة المنظمة ليوم البحث العلمي بجامعة الشرقية على دعوتي للتحدث إليكم في هذا الصباح حول البحوث في مجال الصحة من وجهة نظر منظمة الصحة العالمية. ولقد شرفت بزيارة عمان منذ أسبوعين تقريبا في الفترة من 13 ل 15 يونيو، وسأتحدث عن ذلك خلال هذه المداخلة. أرجو أن تسمحوا لي أن أكمل حديثي باللغة الإنجليزية. سعادة رئيس الجلسة.
تفضل دكتور.
شكرا. So I'm talking inshallah about supporting research for health in the Eastern Mediterranean region from WHO perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, during February 2019, and for the first time ever, the WHO has established what is known as a science division, headed by Chief Scientist, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, for supporting digital health and innovation, quality norms and standards, and obviously, which is our topic today, research for health. Under research for health, and for the first time, all programs of research of WHO has been put under one umbrella. This includes TDR, the Special Program for Research and Training on Tropical Diseases and what we call diseases of poverty, including TB, malaria, neglected tropical diseases, and others. The Alliance for Health Policy and Systems Research, as well as the Special Program of Research Development and Research Training in Human Reproduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the regional office in Cairo, headed by Dr. Mandari, serves 22 countries, most of which are Arabic-speaking and Arab countries, except 3, which are Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. Also, the GCC is all included under the umbrella of the Eastern Mediterranean region, which we humbly serve. The regional office in Cairo has 7 departments, 1 on health systems, 1 on communicable diseases, 1 on non-communicable diseases and mental health, 1 on healthier populations, which includes child and reproductive health, health emergencies, and the most recent is on communications, resource mobilization, and partnership, and finally, our own department, science, information, and dissemination. Our department has 5 areas of work: research and innovation, which I humbly coordinate, as Mr. Chairman has mentioned, and this covers 3 areas of work: research, promotion, and development, the Eastern Mediterranean Health Journal. I encourage the scientists on the call today and in this conference to submit their papers for consideration for publication. We're going to talk about it in a little while, inshallah. Digital health and innovation, publishing, editorial and graphics, evidence and data to policy, library and knowledge sharing, and finally, information systems for health. The journal, ladies and gentlemen, has been published about 3 decades ago as a platform for regional public health researchers to share their research outputs with the scientific community. We are very proud in the regional office in Cairo that we support all components of the research cycle, from evidence generation to knowledge translation to dissemination and use or evidence for health policy making. So more information about the journal could be actually accessed at this web link, which I'm showing on the slide. And in the web pages, you can also see that we have guidelines for ethical conduct and publication of health research, something we really care about very much. Over the years, this table shows the submissions versus acceptance. And we had an acceptance rate which ranged between 8 to 21%, with an average of about 15%. I know this is a very high rejection rate, but we do our best to publish what is most relevant on a regional scale rather than local or national scale. We think that the Eastern Mediterranean Health Journal is probably one of very few regional public health journals. We understand that Oman has two leading medical journals and maybe more in English language, which I actually have learned about from Dr. Khalid Rassadi and from others from Sultan Qaboos University. But also, I think the scientists in Oman could also try their best to submit to the Eastern Mediterranean Health Journal. The second area which we support is digital health and innovation, aligning digital health area of work, supporting development of regional perspectives with the global strategy of digital health, national digital health strategy and action plan development, and implementation of different digital health solutions. Now, the Research Promotion and Development Unit under Research and Innovation supports what is known as WHO Strategy on Research for Health. And this strategy lies on 4 pillars: priorities, capacities, standards, and translation. We support national health research prioritization exercises in different countries of the region. And I understand that Oman has its own research prioritization for health research. And I think that this has been established and disseminated to different academic and research institutions in the country. We also support capacity building, strengthening health research systems on research methods and ethics, including clinical studies. And this was one of the workshops I humbly coordinated on the 15th of June in Oman. Scientific writing and publishing, and also WHO collaborating centers. And again, I had the honor of meeting His Excellency, the Minister of Health, Dr. Saidi, on the 13th of June, when we coordinated with the country office of WHO in Oman, a national workshop on collaborating centers on the 13th of June, as I said. Now, we also support standards, which is good research practice. And here we care very much about observing governance standards and activities. And we have our own research ethics review committee, which we're going to talk about in a minute. Finally, translation or knowledge translation through our collaborating center in Beirut, Knowledge to Practice. And we support also evidence and data for policy and the evidence to policy network global steering group. Now, the unit is the secretariat of the following committees: the Research Ethics Review Committee, which is headed by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Saleh bin Ammar, who is the former Minister of Health of Tunisia, and co-chaired by Professor Jamal Surur, who was the former Dean of Medicine at Al-Azhar University. And then we are also the Secretariat of the Advisory Committee for Health Research, the Collaborating Centers Oversight Committee, and the Association of Medical Editors in the Eastern Mediterranean region. During the last biennium, we actually funded small grants, and there are no comparison to the excellent grants which are offered by the Ministry of Higher Education and Innovation in Oman, which are much bigger grants, as I've seen from Dr. Saleh Zajjali's presentation. These are small grants, and I think they could be useful for young scientists and researchers in the neighborhood of about $10,000. We have 2 main sources, research and priority areas in public health. This is now open, but unfortunately only until the 30th of June. Last biennium, we supported 17 grants for COVID-19 research and 13 in other areas. And this biennium, last biennium also, we supported for TDR 11 grants, migration health 14 grants, and IHR, International Health Regulations, 13 grants. The way it happens is that we advertise. We receive proposals, like for RPPH, we received 200 proposals, of which 17 were funded and 13 as well, so 30 out of 200. And these slides show examples of projects which were funded for COVID-19 from the Emirates, from Pakistan, from Palestine, from Egypt, from Iran, and also from Jordan, Qatar, and other countries of the region. And you can see from the titles that these are very interesting topics, which were hot topics at the time of the pandemic. And you can see also that there is a wide variety of topics under COVID-19, epidemiology, risk communication, contact tracing, looking at the healthcare professionals, and also mental health. For the non-COVID grants, we supported research from Somalia, the Emirates, Egypt, Iran, Lebanon, and Pakistan. And you can see here that there is, again, a big variety of projects which were funded on drug abuse, on health systems, educational programs for promoting community participation, environmental exposures, and breast cancer screening. Other studies from Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, Sudan, and Tunisia were funded. And you can see also antimicrobial resistance, nutrition labeling, cap on novel tobacco products, barriers to access to reproductive health services, mood disorders, big variety. So this was under research in priority areas in public health, which is fully funded by the regional office of WHO. The second funding scheme is tropical disease research, which is funded by TDR Geneva. And we call it small grant scheme because these are small grants on TB, malaria, and neglected tropical diseases. We also funded migration health for the first time, especially for countries which either receive or have migrants, refugees, or internally displaced persons. And the third type was on international health regulations and security preparedness. Now, on neglected tropical diseases, we funded projects from Morocco, Pakistan, Somalia, and Sudan. And you can see here the variety of funded proposals on visceral leishmaniasis and on cutaneous leishmaniasis and so on. For malaria, we funded projects from Sudan and Yemen. And you can see here that these were predominantly having to do with vector control, as well as repeated infection with malaria among pregnant women and physicians' knowledge and adherence to national protocols. On TB, we funded projects from Egypt, Iran, Pakistan, and Yemen. And you can see here the importance of catastrophic cost of diagnosis, treatment, and care for TB patients, financial burden of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, and so on. So this was the health economy of TB for the last call. I also would like to shed the light on the importance of what we call collaborating centers, which are institutions designated by the Director General of WHO to form part of an international collaborative network carrying out activities in support of our program of work. Out of the 53 designated centers in the region, there are 2 from Oman, 1 on patient safety with the Ministry of Health, and 1 on the Center of Public Health Labs, again with the Ministry of Health of Oman. And we look forward to more institutions which could be considered for designation as collaborating centers with the World Health Organization from the Sultanate of Oman. The distribution of the 53 centers goes like this: 15 from Iran, 8 from Saudi Arabia, 5 from Lebanon, 4 each from Morocco and Pakistan, 3 each from Egypt, Tunisia, 2 each from Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, and the Sudan, 1 each from Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates, but other member states don't actually have. Again, this shows the distribution in the region. We look forward to more centers being designated from the Sultanate of Oman. This also shows it as a pie chart with the distribution I just referred to. And this is the distribution by area of work. So there are 14 on health systems, 12 on healthier populations, and then 9 on communicable diseases. And what is very interesting here is that we only have 4 supporting health emergencies in a region which is full of emergencies. And I know that Oman faces emergencies every now and then with natural disasters. So I think also the emergency preparedness response centers within the country could actually support our program of work on international health regulations and support of different countries at the time of emergencies and disasters. We strongly support ethics. And here we're talking about bioethics, research ethics, ethics in medical practice, public health ethics, and publication ethics. There are 12 centers collaborating with WHO on bioethics, 3 of which in our region, 1 in Beirut, 1 in Karachi, and 1 in Tehran. So hopefully we have more centers also from the region. As I mentioned earlier, we care very much for publication ethics. So when we receive an article for consideration for publication at the Eastern Mediterranean Health Journal, we want to make sure that the work has been offered the clearance from a national or institutional ethical clearance. And if it is a clinical trial, that it has been registered either in international or a national registry of clinical trials. And that when the scientists have dealt with human subjects, that proper informed consent procedures have taken place. So these are things which I wanted to refer to. We actually also hold capacity building workshops on research and publications ethics. We held one in Tehran in 19 and one in Tunis in 21, and happy to do this upon request of different member states. WHO is also interested in public health ethics. So we talk about ethics in epidemics and emergencies, public health surveillance, vector-borne diseases, big data and AI, gene editing, and also obviously ethics and the COVID-19 pandemic, which we were all suffering from over the past 2 years. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think that with Al Sharqiya University, WHO in Cairo and WHO in Oman could work together towards achieving the targets of Sustainable Development Goals related to health and education. We could hold together capacity building activities, your experts and ours, in support of research methods and ethics, scientific writing and publishing, publication ethics, intellectual property, things which Dr. Saleh have referred to in his presentation. We can also work together on fostering national bioethics committees, and I understand that Oman has its own national bioethics committee, secretary of which is Mr. Ahmed Al-Khitami. And we can also support having regional bioethics summits. The first one in the region was held actually in Muscat in 2017, followed by one in Cairo in 2019. Oman scientists and ethicists could actually contribute also to the Global Bioethics Summit, which is, inshallah, planned for September in Portugal. And finally, it is so important that we work together to make sure that research methods and ethics are part and parcel of health education, of health curricula. And here we're talking about medicine, pharmacy, dentistry, nursing, allied health sciences, from the undergraduate on the way to postgraduate. And this is how the students, while they are still in their undergraduate years, learning the methodologies and importance of evidence generation in support of health policy making. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Professor Ahmed Mendil, for your informative presentation. I have a question before I turn to the audience. If you wouldn't mind elaborating more on the collaborating centers, because they seem very interesting, and it shows a way of maybe collaboration and building bridges between organizations.
My pleasure. So thank you very much, Dr. Hamid, for the question. Now, collaborating centers are institutions which are designated by the Director General to support WHO's program of work, to work with different institutions of similar nature in other countries of the world, and help us deliver our mandate. So I'll just give a couple of examples from Oman, the one on patient safety and the one on central health, public health labs. So, for example, it was found that the Directorate of Patient Safety within the Ministry of Health not only can support Oman, but also can support other member states in the Eastern Mediterranean region. And this is how Dr. Munzir Latayef has worked very closely with colleagues in Oman. And this is how it was actually designated as a collaborating center. And then also we have the Center of Public Health Labs, again within the Ministry of Health of Oman. It was found that it was a reference lab for WHO in diagnosis of different diseases, especially during the pandemic. And hence it was found that it can not only serve Oman, but also other countries in the region, if not beyond. And this is how institutions which are of special capabilities and resources could support WHO, and WHO would also work with it very closely, technically and logistically, in support of different programs. This institution is known to be good at. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed. Now I would welcome questions from the audience. Again, you can ask your questions in both languages, and you can put them in the chat if you don't want to speak in the. Dr. Ahmed, you wanted to share with us about your recent visit to Muscat at the beginning.
My pleasure. My pleasure. So basically, I was invited by the country office of WHO in Oman, as represented by Dr. Jean Jabour, to respond to requests from national institutions, including the Ministry of Health and the Sultan Qaboos University and other institutions, to hold two activities. One of them on the 13th of June, and this was on WHO collaborating centers. This was inaugurated by His Excellency Dr. Saidi, the Minister of Health of Oman, along with Dr. Jabour, the representative of WHO in Oman. And during this presentation, I actually reflected on policies and procedures which govern the designation of institutions as collaborating centers for WHO in different areas of work. And here we're talking about communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, healthier populations, health emergencies, public health labs, science information dissemination, and other areas of work. So I reflected on policies and procedures. And then we had two presentations from Oman. Dr. Al-Abri, actually he presented on the patient safety collaborating center. And then we also had Dr. Mariam presenting for the Center of Public Health Labs from the Ministry of Health. And then we actually had an open Q&A with participants. We had about 50 participants representing different institutions across the country. They're predominantly from the Ministry of Health, but from some academic institutions, not really all of them. This was on the 13th of June. On the 14th of June, I met with representatives of research in the country. And here we were talking about the Ministry of Health, the Oman Medical Board, and the Sultan Qaboos University. And in the future, we should involve Sharqiya University as well. وبعدين on the third day, I had the pleasure of coordinating with my colleague, Dr. Arshad Altaf, a workshop on the 15th of June on clinical research. So we spoke about randomized clinical trials, and we shed the light on the ethics of these trials, on the informed consent procedures, on the data, on the safety, on the confidentiality, on the anonymity, and sharing information with the scientific community. So, bihamdillah, I think it was a good visit. I learned a lot from colleagues which presented from Oman, and also the questions were excellent, and it represented a very good cadres of research and research ethics and clinical trials from different institutions in Oman. It was my pleasure and an honor to be there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. And I think the learning was mutual between you and your colleagues as well.
Thank you.
I learned a lot from you. Now the floor for questions is open. We welcome any questions.
Yes, Mr. Hamid, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Dr. Saleh.
No, I am Mohammed Al-Bahri. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for your presentation. I want you to, if it is possible, to highlight in the standards, you say about standards, good research practice. What do you mean by that? May to highlight in this, what is the, when we say this is research has good practice?
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Al-Bahri, for your question. We here mean that we have to observe ethics in research in every step of research. So ethics in selection of the subject, which has to be of public health importance in the country. Ethics in the design of the protocol of the study, so that it conforms with the general standards of the different organizations, the most famous of which is CIOMS, which is the Council of International Organization of Medical Sciences, and WHO. Also in the data collection, as well as the informed consent procedures for human subjects participation. Ethics in data collection, ethics in data analysis, and ethics in sharing the outcomes of the research, whatever they are, with the scientific community. So we want to make sure that scientists and scientific organizations, whether they are academic like Jamaat Sharqiyya or research like other research institutions in the country, conform with the national and international standards for conducting health research. This is what we mean by this, and I hope I answered your question. And there are more information about good health research practice, as well as the standards which WHO has on our web pages for further information. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, thank you a lot.
Pleasure, Dr. Bahri.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Al-Bahri. We'll just give people some more time to ask questions.
Pleasure.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
شكرا دكتور أحمد على المعلومات اللي وفرتها جزاك الله خير. Just want to ask regarding the communicable diseases and in particular tuberculosis. The research in this area, as you know, that is actually highly expensive and specialized laboratories and facilities. So for people, those who are interested in actually being a part or participate in such research from the Middle East, what are the available mechanisms and pathways, if you may?
Thank you very much, Dr. Salim, for your excellent question. In the regional office of WHO in Cairo, we have a special unit, and it keeps changes its name. Sometimes it's GTB, and now I think it's STB, or Stop Tuberculosis. And we have special officers, which I would be happy to connect you with them via Dr. Raya Al-Balushi, who actually has helped in my invitation to this conference, in order to look into means and ways of collaboration on national and regional levels. At present time, the Tropical Disease Research Small Grant Scheme, now called Impact Grants, supports small grants for TB research, but as you said, they are actually expensive. For the call for this biennium 22-23 unfortunately closed on the 21st of June, but I understand also that... Should I continue?
Please, sorry for that.
No problem, no problem. So basically, there is the chances from Geneva itself, from the Tropical Disease Research funding for TB research. What really happens is I would be more than happy to link you with the people in Cairo, and then we take it from there. And basically, TB is among the priorities in specific countries of the region, where we call them high burden countries for TB. And specifically Pakistan, Afghanistan are these countries among a few others which still have either low or medium burden of TB. Nevertheless, as you know better than I do, Dr. Salim, that TB has become a problem as time goes by in high burden countries, predominantly due to the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. And this necessitates, as you have eloquently mentioned, specialized equipment for diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. Indeed. Thank you. I will be waiting for the information through Dr. Raya.
Pleasure. Pleasure.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Can I ask a question, please?
My pleasure.
I am Dr. Ali Al-Matari.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
Thank you, Prof. Ahmed, for amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Actually, I have one question. How you can support social emotional learning, especially after Corona pandemic? This is my question.
Social and emotional
learning, yes.
Oh. Okay.
As an organization, how you can support this kind of learn?
Very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for your question. Now, as I mentioned in the presentation, among the grants which are supported by WHO in Cairo, we also support projects in mental health. And under the umbrella of COVID-19 research, this grant scheme, which was open until mid-June, there were also openings for mental health. We really care very much for the mental as well as the organic effects of the pandemic on inhabitants of the world, the region, and different nations, including Oman, of course. So basically, you are talking about social and emotional learning and support of people who have been hit by the pandemic. And here we're talking about ordinary people and patients, because everybody was affected one way or another through the isolation, through the lockdown, through the effects on the economy, on health, on policy and politics, everything. So I would be happy to link you with Dr. Khalid Saeed, who is responsible for this area in Cairo. Again, I will pass his email address to Dr. Raya and see how Dr. Ali could work with Dr. Khalid Saeed in this regard. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Ali. Do we have any further questions? I am keeping an eye on the chat as well. Dr. Ahmed, I want to thank you so much for your time. I know that today you had to get up early. You are two hours behind Muscat time.
Exactly. It's still 8:45 now.
Yes, early.
My pleasure.
I hope you had your coffee or tea. I don't know your preference, but we appreciate your time and getting up early for this event. We really appreciate it, Dr. Ahmed.
It's a pleasure and an honor for me, and wish all the best for Sharqiya University. And thank you for giving me this honor to be with you this morning.
We are very honored to have you among us, Dr. Ahmed. Shukran jazeel.
Shukran lak.
Now we will move to our third session of the keynote sessions. We have Dr. Simon Courage. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name right, Dr. Simon. He will be speaking about research impact and reflections on the research excellence framework in the UK. Dr. Simon has been a research manager and administrator for over 30 years. He started during his 4 years as a computer science researcher. Prior to that, he ran a small software company for 3 years. He is an independent research consultant and holds an honorary staff position at the University of Kent, where he was Director of Research Policy and Support and was responsible for all aspects of the research support, including pre-award, post-award information, strategy, assessment, and governance. He is passionate about the development of research management and administration as a profession in the UK and further afield. He is an adjunct lecturer on the Johns Hopkins International Masters in Research Administration, an editor for the Journal of Research Management and Administration, and a member of the Journal of Research Administration Author Fellowship Committee. He has a BSc honors in computing, maths, geology, and a PhD in electronic research administration, and in 2022, he and in 2022 was awards the CARA Innovation Award in recognition for significant contributions to the profession. Dr. Simon, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. And of course, it took me a while to find my mute button. So thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you again for the honor, the invitation. I will try and speak slowly, because when I get excited, I start speaking quickly. So I'll try and avoid that. And if there's any sort of questions as we go through, I'm happy to take them. I'll also try and keep an eye on the chat. I'll also try and keep an eye on how long I start to spend on each slide, because as always, I've probably got too many slides. One thing I should say is that I will send a copy of the slides around afterwards, so you don't need to frantically take notes. So let us see. How does that look? Yep, can you see my slides on that?
Yes, Simon, clear.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, great. So next 45 minutes or so, I'll be trying to entertain you, or at least provide some information about research impact. We'll see how entertaining I actually am. So yeah, I'll talk a little bit about myself, which is my favorite subject. Some dogs, my second favorite subject, and some snow, because I'm pretty sure that you don't get too much snow. So I thought you'd appreciate that. I'll then talk a little bit about what impact is, research impact, why it's important to funders, what are they looking for, and what can you do as academics, as researchers, to try and increase your chances of having impact, which is definitely a win-win situation. So yeah, this is me. We've had the introduction, so we don't need to go through all of the acronyms. For those of you who are looking at me on a small screen, then that's what I look like in real life, obviously. That was me pre-COVID beard, and that is what my wife thinks I look like. And of course, some more dogs. Lots more dogs. As I say, if anyone wishes to ask me about any of those acronyms, then please do. Perhaps the most important one here for this talk is the REF panel advisor. I'll talk a little bit about the Research Excellence Framework, which is a multi-annual assessment of research done in the UK. I was a panel advisor for panel C, which is the social sciences panel. Okay, so what is impact? Well, here I'm not talking about academic impact. I'm talking about impact outside academia. So your citations and everything from your research is fantastic. That means other researchers, other academics are reading your research. However, what we really want from the end of the day from research is some change, some benefit. And in our previous presentation, we heard about some obvious health benefits coming from research there. And that's really what we want from research. So yeah, it's change of some sort, either increasing in skills of people, or in profit for companies, or sales, or access to something, or in well-being and health. And again, we've heard about that, or indeed reduced mortality, or waste, or risk, or stress, or crime, or whatever it might be. Impact can also be stopping something from happening, or presenting it. So the stopping heritage loss, for example. So again, these are just all changes in the real world. So things that change in the real world. So it's not dissemination, it's not communication, it's not engagement. If you're communicating with the public, for example, you haven't really had an impact on them, it depends what they might then do after that. For my definition, it's not based on non-research activities, because I'm talking about research impact. So if you do a piece of consultancy or something, well, that's fine. But if that consultancy is based on research, then actually your research through consultancy might then have had impact. It's not, as I say, number of tweets, or visibility, or reputation, or it's not even getting a Nobel Prize, because receiving a prize doesn't change the world. So I think you're getting the idea now. So bibliometrics, we probably know all about, number of citations, H-index, and so on. Here, what I'm talking about is these impact measures. So The trouble is that impact isn't necessarily always easy to measure or assess. Quite often it can be sort of qualitative indicators, and I'll talk about those a little bit later on as well. Well, areas of impact, I mean, there are hundreds and thousands of possible areas. We've just heard about health and well-being, but it could be increased creativity or positive impact on culture or society, social welfare, obviously related to health often, could be increase in commerce or a better economy, changing policy, changing law or government services, and so on. And quite often these days, these sorts of impacts are quite often related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So you may well often see those as part of things which are described in terms of impact. So here's my first slide from the ref. As I said, it's a multi-annual assessment of research, and it is assessed in 36 different subject areas like medicine or physics or chemistry or social sciences. This purple one here could be social policy. For the previous exercise in 2014, there's been a lot of post hoc analyses done, and this is the analysis from that. These subject areas were broken down into 149 more distinctive fields of research, so things like biochemistry or social policy of international relations. And then they also identified 60 impact topic areas. And I know you can't see these, but you can look at them if you wish in this document here. It's about 100 pages full of really interesting information if you like to know about impact. The important thing from this slide is that if you look at the area of research which led into the area of impact, there isn't a single, there is a bunching, but there is no sort of single, this type of research always leads to that sort of impact. This is the same slide, but just with the 36 areas in the middle and the 60 impact areas across the top. And you can see that in general, health sciences types of research leads to impacts in health sciences, but also impact elsewhere. And social sciences impact mainly leads to impact in law and policy and so on, but also has impact in health, in engineering, and in humanities. So any sort of research can have impact anywhere. Practically all of these dots are filled in. The size of the blob is related to the number of impact case studies in those areas. So why do we need impact? Why should we assess it? Well, the UK assesses it in order to allocate funding, and that's one of the things that I'll mention. Again, here is a report from the previous exercise. This is more recent, 2019, and talks about the 6 A's, as they call them. So we assess impact at a national level in order to provide accountability. Most research is publicly funded. Where do those tax dollars go? What actual public benefit has there been? Also useful to advocate for research. Is research worth having in the first place? Well, yes, it is, because look at all this fantastic positive impact that we've had in society. Also, are we putting tax dollars into the areas of research which are having the most benefit that we want as a country or potentially internationally? I mentioned about the allocation of funding. Those institutions that had the most research impact received more funding in order to them invest in producing research that has impact. Of course, it is very useful in terms of acclaim. The reputation of the institution increases. Yes, we are the institution that led to that law change, and that law change was seen as being a positive thing, and therefore you might be able to better attract staff and students and so on. Also, you can use it to adapt your internal policies or indeed your national policies. How is it that we can better organize our institution in order to have more research in this area which is in line with our mission? And I'll talk a little bit about that later on in the slides. So because of this assessment of impact, there was a large survey done of UK researchers and asking them, well, because of this now focus on research impact rather than just on blue skies on basic research, how do you think this is going to change the sort of research, the sort of things you do in the coming years? So in the next 5 to 10 years, it was expected the researchers would produce more different types of outputs. So rather than focusing on just journal articles and on books, sort of two areas here, they might also do more professional outputs, or perhaps include patents or blog posts or websites or whatever. So it's a broader, sort of wider type of research output is expected. What about societal impact? Well, most researchers expect there will be more societal impact. So at the moment, 70%, 77% of respondents said they currently expect their research to go and have societal impact. Not necessarily that they will do that, but that others will take on their research and do that and have impact. 86% will expect that to have it in the future, so in 5 or 10 years' time. So there's as an expectation, certainly from UK researchers, that their research is more likely to have societal impact. And again, this comes back to because the funders are funding things which they want to have impact, because a lot of funding comes from government and there's those tax dollars. So there's a direction, if you like. So some might argue that that's perhaps against academic freedom, but if the researchers are happy researching those areas, then it's perhaps a win-win situation, perhaps a balance can be had. Collaborating with other academics is the most important driver of change. I think probably all researchers would agree to that. There are some sort of differences, and again, this is taken from that report, the 6A report. Again, it's about 102 pages worth of reading. Should you wish to find out about how, certainly at least in the UK, we're expecting research to change over the next 5 or 10 years. Again, I don't expect you to read through all of these. Got a couple of slides in a minute, but here are the what are the most important drivers of change, and the biggest ones, say, collaborating with other academic researchers. We noticed that importance of collaborating globally with other academic researchers. So not just collaboration, but collaborating globally. So the bluer line over here is the most important ones. In terms of how things will change, you can see an increase in almost every driver. So impact on social cohesion expected to go up, impact on the economy expected to go up, impact on culture expected to go up. So impact increasing in all of these areas, expected. So factors identified, again, I sort of just pointed those out, but yes, social impact, both to increase and to decrease, and that really is quite strange and interesting. Some expected it to increase, some expected it to decrease, depending on the area in which they were working in the research area. Reducing pressure and incentives to produce a large number of research outputs in selective journals. So this is very much the you don't have to have a Nature publication in order to have impact. You need your research to be read by those who need to do something to change the world, and perhaps Nature is not the place where all government policy makers read, for example. I mentioned increasing collaborative research, and don't worry, basic research is still there, because basic research leads to applied research. I'll talk a bit about the timescales for impact as well. What support might be needed in order to get to this goal of increased impact or 5 or 10 years' time? Well, of course, funding to develop research that has societal impact, that's expected, straightforward. But valuing societal impact engagement within university reward and recognition systems. If you're only ever promoted for your Nature journals, then you're not going to be that interested in developing or engaging with or enabling that societal impact if there is no academic reward for that. So thinking about workload models and thinking about changes in policy about audit, and particularly for the UK, what is our relationship with the EU? So there are all sorts of other international dimensions there. and yes, developing expertise and changes to the academic publishing system to increase openness. So again, the UK has a very large push on open access, enabling more people to read and access research, and then potentially be able to have impact by taking that research and using it in the real world. So yeah, a number of trends, just to reiterate, the need to collaborate with academic researchers globally, focus on interdisciplinary research. I mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals, but also a focus on research integrity, make sure the research that is done properly, and that drive towards open science. So again, those are those big takeaways, if you like. Okay, so I've mentioned the ref, and I'm just going to have a quick coffee, not tea for me. So yeah, I've mentioned the ref. It's an assessment which takes place every 6 or 7 years. I talked about impact case studies. So just to give you an idea of how assessment can change things. Depending on the FTE, the number of people in your department, the full-time equivalent people, then as an example, if you had just under 35, you would need 3 case studies. If you had 35 or more, you would need 4 case studies, until you got up to the next threshold from when you would need 5 case studies. The funding is related to the size of your department and the overall quality of that department. So if we look at the previous exercise where there were no impact case studies, then you will see that the graph here is relatively flat. It sort of goes down a little bit, and here this is the number of submissions that were between 10 and less than 11, between 20 and less than 21. And so on. So in effect, the integer of the size of the submission. And this one here, for example, would be all the 4, so 14, 24, 34, 44, and so on. If we then look at the following exercise, where for every time you went between 14 and 15 or 24 and 25, you needed an additional case study, you'll see that there was a huge spike in the number of submissions that were just below the number required for an additional case study. And even though you would get more funding for submitting 15 or 16 people, there was this big worry that we now need to produce an extra case study and impact is difficult and we don't know how to do it. So the fact that impact was being measured really had a change on the size of the department in terms of those people who were deemed research active and to be submitted. So it just goes back to the if you measure something, you change it. This is the graph for the most recent exercise, which took place last year, and again. Here were the submission thresholds, and you can see that just smaller than a huge peak in submissions, just larger than a dip in submissions. And again, here's the same graph, and it's, as you can see, moving up until the threshold and then down again. So again, we don't need to go into the details, but very interesting games that are played by institutions. It's almost like they have really clever people who work there who play the games. Okay, so impact. In general, impact can and should be intentional. You do a piece of research because you want to find out something. You want to find out something because you want to make the world a better place. I mean, there are some sorts of basic research where you just want to find out something for the sake of finding out something, but the long-term goal is to make the world a better place. I'm sure the mathematicians who are then looking at various prime number factorization things never thought that would then be used in cryptography and then used for secure payments on the internet hundreds of years later. So potentially serendipity coming up. It wasn't an intended consequence, but just knowing more things enables humanity, the human race, to be better. Building impact in from the very start is probably my key message. So before the project starts, when you are thinking about a project proposal, who is it that is going to benefit from your research? Have them involved in the discussions about it, because they might just say, yeah, that's absolutely great, but if you just changed it slightly from that direction to that direction, it'll be so much easier for us to take that information and use it and save more patient lives or increase profitability or whatever it might be. So the stakeholder engagement is key. Thinking about how you might track an evidence impact. This is particularly important in the UK, as I say, for those impact case studies where we have to provide evidence. We can't just say we did some research and now there are 100,000 more airplanes in the sky, which are 10% more efficient. We have to provide evidence for that claim. And it is likely that you might wish to do that for any impact case studies or impact stories that you might want to develop about your own research. So yeah, how are you going to gather that evidence, and how are you going to keep it? Bearing in mind there are ephemeral things like websites which showed some fantastic information for you, but 2 years later that website may no longer exist. So yeah, quantitative indicators are really good, but sometimes those qualitative indicators can be much more persuasive. So testimonials. So someone in government saying, yes, we used your piece of research in order to test our theory for this new housing policy that we wanted to develop. So having someone say that is probably a lot more persuasive than somebody having to follow some sort of citation graph to say, yes, well, they did cite you, but we weren't quite sure what the citation meant. So actually sort of building that up. So again, social scientists tend to be really good at producing impact case studies. That's the sort of way their research works. And I mentioned ephemeral evidence. So yes, if you find something, make some sort of copy of it in order that you have that the same way as you would if you were doing a piece of research. The most recent exercise was the 2001 exercise. 134 types of impact were identified. So that's larger than the 60 from the previous exercise, which was the first time. But again, it's not an exhaustive list. But if you're looking for ideas about what impact might be, then this document could well be worth a look for you. Impact doesn't have to be done by case studies, though. In America, they use a process called STAR metrics, which is very much focused on looking at the macro picture of how an institution affects a region in terms of jobs and prosperity and so on. They also have a separate system called the Federal Reporter. A number of other funders use pieces of software like ResearchFitch to track things which come out of projects. So not just publications, but other interventions or other activities. So maybe exhibitions, for example. In the UK we have case studies, which I may well mention again. It's also used in Australia, for example. So again, these are national sort of ways of assessing or judging impact. In the UK, just to sort of quickly show you, although impact is important, it's only 25% of this overall assessment. 60% is still based on publications, on outputs. But of course, this 25% can be something which tips things one way or another. So yeah, the UK approach, as I say, we've mentioned the REF. This is the first time we had impact case studies, and they were worth 16% last time, and there were roughly 6,000 case studies submitted. Some of them were confidential, and so some of them were redacted, but there is a database of 6,637, which you can look at, the 4-page case studies. This time, impact was increased to 25% in order to better demonstrate to government the positive effect of research. Broadly, the same number of impact case studies. The case studies were released last week, although the database has since gone down. Maybe they've made it available again. They're slightly longer this time, 5 pages. But again, there's a lot of them have some really useful ideas in there. So you can maybe search for a piece of research which is similar to yours and see how that has had impact, and maybe some ideas about how to engender, how to support impact. So well worth looking at if you're thinking about impact. I mentioned timescales. If we look at the first time impact was assessed in the UK on a national basis, that was in REF 2014. The underlying research was allowed to go back 15 years, and that was 15 years before the assessment period. So the research went back from 1993 to 2008. The assessment period was 2008 to 2013, so that's when the impact happened. And this funding then flows to institutions until next year. So basically, research from 1993 is being rewarded in UK institutions until the current academic year. So yeah, impact certainly is a long-term game. And of course, that if that impact has continued, then that can be funded in the next assessment period as well. You know, the longer the impact, the better. Okay, I've mentioned the impact case study databases. That's what it looks like. Yeah, okay, so now generating impact. So I broadly, briefly outlined this: who will benefit if the research works, if it does what you expect, what you hope. Engage with them before you start, and actually involve them in the research design and the process. They are then bought into, engaged with the idea, and then 3 years later, when your piece of research has come to fruition, rather than having to go and tell people about it, they're the people who wish to benefit from, wish to use your research to have impact, are there. They're waiting to pull it away from you, you have to put less effort in, and of course they're more likely to be able to use it because along the way they've said, well, yes, but if you just gather this extra piece of information, then that'll be so much better for us to do whatever we need to do. So that sort of co-design process is extraordinarily important. And you might want to think about this as an institution as to is there something that you can do at an institutional level in order to be able to support academic staff in these sorts of endeavours. And again, I'll mention that. Yeah, so developing impact is straightforward. You do the research, impact happens, and evidence is gathered. I mean, I could probably finish talking now, but maybe I'll give you a few more details. So yeah, the research is the simple part. But yeah, thinking about that potential impact while doing the research, involve the users and the stakeholders in the research design process, but also in the research project itself. So think about disseminations, think about briefings, think about maybe workshops where they can feed in, maybe even just a steering group of interested leaders in the field or whatever it might be. And actually think about them as active participants and active researchers. Of course, depends what your research area is, but there's always somebody interested in all types of research. If you're doing astronomy, then you probably won't have people actually doing all the computational stuff for you, but you might have an astronomy group where you can talk about your sort of your findings and what you're doing, and then that can build into whatever it is that you might want to be doing, you might want to be providing in terms of additional research findings for local astronomical groups, for example. Yeah, okay, so in general, academic staff don't generate the impact themselves, they enable others to do so. But of course, sometimes they do it themselves because they might start a spin-out company or a consultancy or whatever it might be. And it certainly isn't required for academics to be involved in impact, but it can certainly strengthen it. It's more likely for the research to have beneficial impact and as a maximum impact if the people who did the research who understand it better are involved in some way. So maybe some sort of executive directorship would be a way forward for that. But yeah, academics are certainly good at academic dissemination, but perhaps as you go towards generation of impact, it's a little less within the core interests and expertise of academic staff. So again, thinking about those central support structures, or indeed other people with other skills who you might wish to engage with your academic staff in order to take that research and help support and develop impact. So yeah, so you need to think about how will your research get noticed. Of course, if you've had your users in from the start, then that's fine, they're already there. Academic dissemination doesn't in general lead to impact, but it can be a pathway to it. But think about wider dissemination. So publishing in an academic journal isn't going to be read by many people other than academics. Publishing in a professional journal probably will. So why not do both? Okay, I know it takes a bit longer, but if you're wanting to have impact, and then engaging with those third parties, who are all of those potential stakeholders? How do you get them involved? So yeah, thinking about trade journals, professional journals, but also think about exhibitions or performances. Depends what your piece of research is about. There is quite often a museum which is if there might be a science museum or there might be a heritage museum, if you can have your research positioned in that, then more people will see it, and you can perhaps even have a little thing when they leave. Did you enjoy this? Did it change your perception of the sort of thing when you go through passport control? Did you find the passport control easy to use? The shop you've gone to where facilities clean, all of these sort of feedback mechanisms, and think about social media and as I say, get out there and be known. So I mentioned media appearances. Think about maybe blog posts. Maybe you want to develop an online presence for you or for your research or for your research group, not just as an academic presence, but trying to develop a community of interest. As I say, whatever your research area is, there will be a group of people in the region, around the world, or your country who are interested in that. Provide them with information about it. And again, I mentioned this sort of, I'm being a bit glib about it, but when you press the button for did you learn something new, or no, I found this boring. But trying to gather that sort of feedback is evidence for, yes, well, who is interested in my research? What are they doing with that information? And then try and develop a dialogue. So develop that community of practice and try and find out how your research gets used. So again, just one potential way of going through it, of generating this impact community of interest, if you like. But it isn't always things. Sometimes impact can be people. If you've people from your research group who have gone to work for a company, they've taken your research ideas with them and started developing that, then that can be a route to your research having impact. There's no direct citation or anything like that, but it's people who are taking that expertise. And again, that's something that you can think about. You probably would develop connections with that company if a large number of your researchers had gone there, or even just one. Making sure that you're recording. So everything here, and record and gather evidence and record. And once you've got this evidence, in effect, you're then just writing a paper about it as, here's what we did, here's how we did it, and here's what happened. An impact case study, an impact story, if you like, is the same as a piece of research. You might have to contextualize or sell it in some way. It's kind of the reverse of an academic paper, where you're trying to be as conservative as possible. We think that possibly this might have. For an impact case study, you can be a little bit bolder in your claims. Yes, if your research is being used for that, and you need to pick out the big numbers. So yes, there are 1 million people who are bald around the world, and this new drug, which some of my research contributed to, has enabled 10% of them to regrow their hair follicles. So those sort of big numbers are the sort of things that you need to put in there. But again, think about professional help, and again, maybe your institution might have something centrally, or might develop something centrally to help with that. There's probably a department that deals with journalists at the moment. Similar sort of skill set that's needed there. So yeah, reiterate, engage with stakeholders, think about those key messages. If you're trying to persuade someone about how great your research is in order to get additional funding, like the government and so on, then they need short sound bites. They need that that sexy, this saves lives, this will increase productivity, it improves efficiency by 14%. Those sorts of sound bites, if you like. Thinking about translating documents, I put into plain English normally, but I put into plain language, and also potentially English, depending on where your market is, or any other appropriate language. Yeah, looking for paths for impact and develop those relationships. Cold calling is hardly ever going to work. Yeah, don't assume that the value you see in your work is seen by other people. You have to tell them about it. You know that there are 1 million people who are bald around the world. Your audience may not know that, so you have to tell them that. Yeah, and push the messages out. And I guess the most important thing is don't just assume because your work is available means that it's being accessed. You have to do a little bit of extra work. Okay, I've talked about the pathways already, but one thing that I haven't really highlighted on is what will change because of your activity? And this is really the thing to focus on. What are you expecting to change? And how are you going to get to that endpoint? And what can you do? Who can you engage with? Who can you tell in order to make that thing happen more quickly or more of? Woo. And here we go. Scrolled the wrong way. Sorry about that. So yeah, think about social media and thinking about knowledge transfer. Maybe, as I say, look at the communicating and developing. There are lots of models of academic work there. Maybe look at Bailey and Phipps. So tracking and capturing impact. If you're going to make claims, you need evidence for those claims, and you need evidence of the claims which you have control of. And again, worrying about those pieces of ephemeral websites or whatever it might be. If there is downloads for your paper, then that's fine. But of course, that isn't impact. But where are those downloads happening? If there's a lot of downloads happening in a particular country, well, why is there downloads in that particular country? And maybe that's something you want to look at because they've got a specific issue for which they're interested in your work about, and then maybe start developing those relationships. So again, it's tracking and so on. Yeah, and then thinking about storing it. Maybe you've got a huge SharePoint server or institutional repository or whatever it might be, but store this information somewhere where it gets backed up and so on. And maybe you've got a research information management system, and perhaps that could be the place for these screenshots or downloads of databases or whatever. Always think about testimonials, and don't think, I need to write my case study in two years' time. I'll get all the testimonials then, because the person who would give you that testimonial may no longer be in that job anymore, or indeed they may actually have died. So gather the information as soon as you can, and get those testimonials, and get the testimonials from the most appropriate person. If it's somebody who is developing a new government policy, then the minister in charge of that government policy is the person that you want, or maybe the civil servant who is in charge of drafting that. Either of those two would be good, and both would be ideal. So build impact in from the start. Translate impact into more plain English, if you like. So don't just say impact, but change in the real world. As an institution, engaging with academics and persuading them that impact is important can be problematic. Depends what your institutional structures are like, depends what your reward systems are like. Engaging with stakeholders, really important. I think I may have mentioned that already. And then building those internal and external networks. So think about, what does your impact currently look like, either your own personally or in your department or across your institution. You might be able to lever the current partners or the current avenues that you have, or that a colleague down your corridor has, which might be interested in the research that you're generating as well. And then think about how you can grow these. So again, this is something that you can do individually, department or institutional level. And then, what do you want to see as a result of your work? So what are those impacts? What are those changes? So again, this is just a summary of everything I've said so far. I'm running shortish of time, so I'll be fairly quick on the last slides, and again I'll send them around later if anyone is interested in looking at them in more detail. Here's just an example of co-design in the health services, and you can read about that. Julie Bailey and David Phipps have written a number of papers about that. So again, that might be something you want to look at. And this is very much the co-design, co-production, getting stakeholders and end users involved from the start. You might wish to have a look at the REF impact report that I mentioned with all the lovely graphs in. Might give you ideas about how to better support research impact, how to enable it to happen, but also, well, here's a piece of research that was very much like mine. What sort of impact did that have in the UK? Perhaps that's something that we can do in Oman. Lots of references for potential things which you might find interesting. Quite a lot of them are UK based, but there's some from Australia and Canada and the US in there. If you are thinking about support for demonstrating impact, so gathering evidence of putting stories together, then there are pieces of software to help you. Here's a couple that I've used, that we've used at the University of Kent, and again, they have their strengths and weaknesses, so you might want to consider looking at those. Some of those are free for individuals. Here's the sort of some screenshots from the impact tracker one. The first one I mentioned there, the Vertigo Ventures one. The Kudos one is one that's free for individuals, so you might wish to look at that. And what do you do when you've got your impact case studies? Well, you might read them for a particular funder. You might need them for here's the great impact I had with my last piece of research, so you can trust that I'm going to be more likely to generate impact for my next piece of research. But actually, those impact case studies, can attract students, can attract staff, can also attract donors. Think about philanthropic donors. Also attract attention, but so which then means that you're more likely to have more impact, because it's yes, that's the person, that's the department, that's the institution that did that. I'd like to work with them because they're more likely to be able to help me get some sort of routes to impact to save more patient lives, whatever it might be. Some examples from Kent. Again, you might want to potentially have a look at this or think about that for your institution or for yourself. The very short minute sort of TED Talk type things, and also the 2-minute sort of snippets of videos, which are very accessible, nice to show to people, and also findable. So funders are becoming much more interested in impact. You have research outputs, publications which lead to some sort of outcomes, a new policy, and that new policy has impact because more people have access to social housing, whatever it might be. I'll quickly flick through some examples from different parts of the world. So in the US, in NIH Biosketches, publications are important, but it's not the only thing. They're talking about impact in there. Similarly, at NSF, very keen on the broader impacts, and not just your research outputs, but what is going to happen. And this definition of impact is very broad indeed, including, for example, positive benefits on underrepresented minorities in science, for example. So very much anything that is positive coming out of the research, either directly or indirectly. So a lot of information on the Advancing Research Impact in Society website. So again, if you are involved in US funding, definitely worth having a look at that. Again, UK, here is one of our very old traditional funders, the Royal Society, now very, very interested in efforts to collaborate with patient groups, or highlighting efforts to advise policymakers. So very much thinking about impact now. So almost at the end, and I think I've done relatively well on the timing. Why do researchers do research? They want to make the world a better place. Sometimes some people who do a lot of basic research can kind of forget about that, but actually, even more knowledge about the world is making the world a better place, and other people will eventually use that knowledge to do something to have impact. But it can take a long time. I say the UK framework allows for about a 20-year period from the research to the impact. Of course, that makes it difficult to track that pathway. But again, thinking about prime numbers and internet security, for example, then it can be an even longer time than that. Funders definitely want to show the value of their research to whoever they get their funding from, quite often government, and public want to see the value of research. We've been through, certainly in the UK, a period pre-pandemic where there was a bit of a mistrust in science. We don't understand it. We don't want sort of science or research here. We want common sense. Then, thanks to the coronavirus, I guess potentially an upside, is there's now a lot of public interest in and seeing the value of research, of science, and in particular in virology. So yeah, okay, we've got to take some positive, right? And impact is becoming better rewarded, certainly by funders, and now in a number of institutions in the UK, in Europe, and certainly in America. I don't know for the Middle East, I'm afraid, so we'll perhaps have a conversation about that as to is it something which should be rewarded within your internal promotions framework? So yeah, maybe think about engineering an environment to enable and maximize impact, because it really is, I think, a win-win. If you're looking for institutional examples, then University of Ghent has done a lot of interventions over the last 3 years, and I'll just sort of quickly show the sort of diagrams that they're using, very much focusing on impact literacy. So what is impact and how do I achieve it? Very much thinking about administrative support, advice, and then helping deliver impact. And they've got these 3 strands of the policy for it, the people for it, and then the infrastructure. So they put a lot of effort in. What they've found out so far is, I think, what I've said, which is co-creating of policy and infrastructure, very similar to how to produce impact, how to support better impact, is don't just provide stuff for academics, but engage with them and find out what it is they need. It's a group effort and long-term and not straightforward. So yeah, not a big surprise there. So yeah, the REF, I don't think I mentioned, it distributes about 2 billion euros, so about $2 billion a year. What that means when you do the maths is that one of the impact case studies I talked about is worth about $250,000 over a 7-year period. So it's definitely worth it from the UK point of view, which is why we put a lot of effort into supporting research impact. And again, it's potentially something that you might wish to learn or engage with us on about. All I'm taking from this diagram is that larger departments generally have better impact because there is infrastructural support. So you do need that infrastructural support for that. Again, this is just sort of my final vision of the future, is that we need infrastructure, we need open science, we need this impact data to be collected in some sort of automated way, and we need reward and recognition for that. I think that's what I said 7 years ago, and we're a little bit further down the line now, but it's still a long way to go. So yeah, impact is good for reputation. It's generated from research through stakeholder engagement. It's more likely to happen, and more likely to be more effective, larger, whatever it might be, when it's built in from the start. But it is a long-term game, can be difficult to evidence, is certainly multifaceted, and is often outside the comfort zone of some academics. But of course, it is what research is actually for. So that's it. That's me. I think that is my allotted time. I may or may not have left a minute or two for questions, and I will stop the screen share.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Now we would welcome questions, if we have any questions.
Everybody too scared because I use too many acronyms. I apologize in advance.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, Dr.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simon, for the rich information. As I should admit, I need to have 6 months to really take that information in. But I just want, from what you're saying, is it really like it's more of a personal gathering of evidences in order to know their impact, or is and I've just got confused a little bit.
So yeah, there are a number of I guess approaches. So if you are an individual member of academic staff, then you may be extremely interested in knowing what the impact from your research is, in which case it is worth your while, your effort, gathering that information. And so some academics at my previous institution, Kent, will do that. They will set up searches on the internet, do searches on Twitter with hashtags for whatever their research is, and actually, yes, try and gather that information. And some of them will write to policymakers because they're social scientists and they work with those policymakers and say, actually, yes, could you just write me something, write me a testimonial that said that, as part of developing this policy, we used your research. So yes, some academics will do that, and some won't, and some are not interested in it at all, and they don't see the value. But you saw the numbers. So institutionally, we see the value, and so at Kent and in most UK universities, you will see impact support offices. It might be part of the research office. So, for example, we had 2 people whose full-time job over the past 3 years was to support people in developing those case studies, which included going to look for the evidence. So they would maybe speak to the academic about, well, where should I be looking? Who could I be asking about? And then they would either send emails or have calls or whatever it might be. But in some cases, an additional piece of 1 or 3 months research, in effect, was needed. So we would then pay a research assistant or a PhD student, to actually, go and do either some additional research in terms of evidence gathering or surveys or whatever it might be, to try and judge the impact of this piece of research. So there are all sorts of different routes, and I don't know if I've answered the question or just confused you even more.
No, it did, yeah. But just on because currently I think the impact is more based on the number of citation. And I think that's what they're going to basically. We said a lot of journals probably might not be cited by many, and therefore they're not really considered to be the best. But although it might, when you talk about the environmental impact, they might have more environmental impacts. How could that be bridged in the databases? A large number and variety.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. Yes. So I guess I've got 2 things to say about that. One is on the academic impact side of things, and one would be on the societal impact side of things. So I mentioned that the REF, 60% of it is based on outputs on publications, and there was some internal analysis which was done, which when papers are submitted, there might be 100 papers from a department. Each one is assessed on a 4-point scale or 5-point scale from 0 to 4, with 4 being the best. And they then did the analysis for having read those papers, which is how they did the assessment, read by 2 academics, and then they agreed on a score. Then how many different journals had papers in them that were assessed as being 4-star, and for most subject areas, it was towards 100. Across, probably they might have had 3,000 or 4,000 papers across all of the institutions, and some journals had a higher proportion of 4 stars, but those ones also had a lot of low scoring ones as well. So some of the best journals in terms of their impact factor or whatever will have some really great papers with lots of citations, and some of them will have, but they will also have some poor papers, which don't get cited very often, apart from this was the worst thing I've ever seen, and yes, it got withdrawn later on because of some academic misconduct or whatever it might be. So there's that side of things. There really is a spread in terms of the research which led to the impact case study. There was even less correlation between highly cited journals and journal articles, and more it's just a broader coverage. And also quite often a lot of the underpinning research was, yes, started off with journal articles, but there was also articles in non-academic, so in professional journals, which are the ones which caught the attention of the policymakers or the people who are working in the engineering company, who then want to use that technique. So it really is a yes, potentially more likely to have better papers, which might potentially lead to impact in those sort of highly cited, high impact journals, but really anything anywhere can lead to. And I don't have the exact figures for you, but I think they would likely to be published later on once they've been anonymized. But yeah, really, you need to publish your research in the best place for that, and the best place for that, if you're thinking about impact, may well be a journal which isn't even in Scopus.
Dr. Simon, forgive me for interrupting here.
Sorry.
Next question. Professor Fouad Shadid.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kevich, for this presentation. I took so many notes, so let me try to put my question in order. This is very interesting. It's really a different look at why we do research. And in a way, it contrasts with what I said at the beginning. I had a different message where I said basically people do research, one, because they want to, they feel they have this gratifying feeling that they are contributing to their discipline. And then two, it's to satisfy their own curiosity and that aha issue, right? That three-letter word where people are willing to spend their entire life to come to a point where they say, aha, now I know the reason, now I got this, I can understand this. So that's one way why people do research. And this is, I think, I'm from a generation where this is why I did research. I did research because I just didn't want to answer my own questions. Now, your view is really different. And I think at this stage in my life, I very much understand where you're coming from. Research has to have an impact. We don't do research because we want to do things. There has to be some impact. Somebody has to benefit from the research. And so I very much understand now what you're saying. At one time, back in the 90s, I read an article, since you're a computer scientist, you will understand what I'm saying. Michael Rubin, the Turing Award winner, at one time he published a paper on primality testing in the New York Times. And we were all surprised. Why would he publish it in the New York Times? Why wouldn't he publish it in the ACM or IEEE? But now I understand. He wants to reach out to the real people out there and tell them this is how you do prime testing. Maybe somebody else out there who has no degree will make something out of it, will use it. And so I very much appreciate what you're saying. My question is the following. How does this resonate with university rankings?
Sorry, how does it resonate with?
University rankings.
Rankings. Yes, thank you. Okay. Well, first of all, yes, I thank you for I think agreeing with me. But I would also agree with you. I think there are some academics who do it just for the joy of finding out. And one thing that I maybe didn't make clear is the UK framework does not expect all research to have impact, at least not straight away, but they do expect a proportion of it. That's why there are is one case study per 15 people, if you like. But yeah, potentially all research should or could, but maybe some of it's too long term. Okay, rankings then. Yes, interesting. I guess it depends on which ranking it is and what the content of the ranking is. Some of the rankings include, well, actually, I'll go a step back. There are some new rankings now which are entirely based on the Sustainable Development Goals. The methodological rigor behind them is dubious, to say the least, I think. But the Times Higher SDG ones do, I guess, potentially reward those institutions who can demonstrate how they're contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, and most impact can be related to the SDGs. So that's potentially one way of doing that. In terms of the rankings more broadly, most of them have a very high content, which is based on citation analyses. The sort of things I've talked about is not going to increase those, at least in the short term. Quite a lot of them have a reputational content as well, and I think this is something where it can do that. If your institution or your department or a person is well known, then you are perhaps more likely to get the vote in the what are the top 25 departments in your subject area. And the sort of things which are going to get you well known are also the sort of things which are going to be useful in terms of generating impact. Because I talked about social media profile, I talked about publications which are outside the normal area of those ones that have that public benefit. And I guess you mentioned the article in the New York Times. Then that's something which stuck in your mind, and that's probably something which, if you're filling in a reputation ranking, you're thinking, oh yeah, there is that, and it just moves that higher up in the ranking in your mind, and so you're more likely to bring that person, that department to mind when you're filling in a survey. So I think there are potential positive benefits there, I have to say. Having said all of that, I'm not a huge fan of rankings at all, because I think that's the methodologies are not hugely robust. You say you take something like the Times Higher, and they use a database which doesn't cover all the subject areas very well, and those areas it does cover well doesn't cover every publication. So, but yeah, that's not answering the question. That's just my prejudice.
Okay, Professor Fuad, do you have a follow-up question?
No. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
I have a question to make here.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Khalid.
Oh yeah, thanks for the session. There is a kind of an argument to do with disciplines, and different disciplines might have an effect. And as I'm coming from arts and humanities, it looks like the impact of journals, even if they are quite strong ones, their impact is very low compared to other disciplines. I would like to touch this issue if you want.
Sure. Okay. Yes. No. Thanks for that. So yeah, I guess there are again two answers to this. So yes, arts and humanities journals tend not to have a higher impact factor and tend not to be as well known. But that's of course because quite a lot of your outputs are going to be things which aren't journal articles as well. A lot of monographs, and then potentially exhibitions and so on. So I think that journal impact factors do not work in the arts and humanities, and that's another reason why institutional world rankings make no sense, because if you've got the University of the Arts or whatever, it isn't going to do particularly well there, because most of their best outputs are not things that are in Scopus or Web of Science, because they're exhibitions or whatever it might be. But when it comes to the impact of that research, then again, if you look at the UK assessment, we have broadly those four areas. Arts and humanities was the fourth one, which, if you remember the diagram, was the no, I can't remember the color myself, but the color at the bottom. And if you look at the case studies, which you can do, and you look at the scores for those case studies, you can see that the impact that they have is deemed to be as good, as the impact in health and so on, because quite often something in the arts, something in humanities can have a huge cultural impact, with lots of people being affected by a particular exhibition. They went to that and they were moved, and it made them feel differently about something. That's just as valid, if not more valid, than something which changes a process, which means that the cost of a TV is now $3 less. Well, okay, that's a big economic impact, but it doesn't really affect people in the same way in which arts and humanities can affect you, can affect your soul. So you have to have, I suppose, that broader picture of, don't just think dollars, don't just think lives saved. Think about changing people emotionally. So I suppose I would say have a look at those case studies, and sort of just look through them, perhaps for areas of research which you're involved in, and see not only the profound effect that arts and humanities can have, but they can also have impact in other areas as well. Just thinking about one case study we had in Kent, which was to do with support for children with autism, and it was basically an art intervention which enabled them to feel safe and experience things. And it was very much a collaboration between arts, humanities, and cognitive psychologists. So it's that multidisciplinary. And sorry, I've just carried on talking, putting examples in. Hopefully I answered your question.
You did.
Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Simon, for your answer. Dr. Khalid, thank you for your question. And now we will have a group photo together. So if you can turn on your cameras, everyone. I'll start. And we'll have a group photo with the speakers. Thank you so much, our guest speakers. We really appreciate your time. Your time is very well appreciated. And I understand from the chair of the organizing committee that you will receive a certificate of appreciation. And you shared a lot, and we learned from you today. Thank you. Please put on your best smile.
There are lots of shy people.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. The organizing committee will send it to you all. So our next session will be presentation skills, and this is a student competition. A group of students from ASU will be presenting their research projects. The presentations will be evaluated by a panel, and we have the presentations in both. We have 7 presentations, 1 in English and 6 in Arabic. The best presentation award will be announced in the closing ceremony at the end of the day, inshallah, as well as the best poster and project will be announced during the closing ceremony. Dr. Ahmed Al-Hadrami will be chairing this session along with Dr. Khalid Al-Jabbar. After this session, and Dr. Raya Al-Balushi, after this session, we will have a break until 1:30, and then from 1:30 to 3:30 there will be parallel sessions. These sessions during the lunch break and before the parallel sessions, we will have a poster in both languages with instructions how to join different session or a breakout rooms. Inshallah, we will gather again at 3:30 in the main room for the closing ceremony. Please make sure that you attend, as we will be announcing the results or the results for the presentation students competition, and then we will announce the best published paper for the academic year and the winners for the highly cited researchers from the different colleges as well. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Khalid. Dr. Rab.
شكرا الاستاذ حميد، بارك الله فيك. شكرا جزيلا لك. وطبعا كما تعودنا من جامعه الشرقيه سنويا ان تكون هناك مسابقه خاصه بالبحث العلمي من اجل تحفيز طلابها وحثهم على ذلك. وطبعا كما قال الاستاذ حميد، هذه المسابقه كانت هي عباره عن 3 اجزاء، وهذا الجزء الخاص ان شاء الله ستكون خلال هذه الجلسه. سيصحبنا باذن الله تعالى ما يقارب 7 مشاركات، 5 مشاركات من كليه العلوم الاداب والعلوم الانسانيه، مشاركتان ستكون من اداره الاعمال، كذلك ايضا في مشاركه مشتركه بين اداره الاعمال والعلوم الصحيه. طبعا ستكون ان شاء الله تعالى ايضا يعني مده المشاركه من 7 دقائق الى 8 دقائق لكل مشارك، وسيتم تقييم ذلك كما اوضح الاستاذ حميد في بدايه كلامه. سنبدا باذن الله تعالى بالمشاركه الاولى، وهي من كليه الاداب للطالبه ريم عبد الله سعيد المقباليه وريان بنت حميد بن خميس الشبليه. تتقدم هذه الورقه والتي عنونت بالضغوط التربويه وعلاقتها بالرضا عن التعليم الالكتروني في ظل جائحه كورونا لدى طلاب جامعه الشرقيه. وكما نوهنا على ان الكل فائز باذن الله تعالى من باب هذه المشاركه بغض النظر عن الجوائز التي ستكون. الطالبه ريم.
نعم دكتور.
ممكن تقدمي الآن ورقتك تعملي
نعم.
لها شير.
نعم إن شاء الله. دكتور ظاهر العرض؟
نعم بنتي ظاهر العرض، تفضلي. بس ممكن تعمليها بالشاشة الكبيرة لو سمحتي.
So now we'll start with the first session by Reem.
نبدأ دكتور نبدأ.
As it said very clearly by Mr. Ahmed, Dr. Ahmed, sorry, that we'll have around seven presentations. One of them only will be in English, the rest will be in Arabic. And now we'll start with Reem Al-Maqbali and Riyam Al-Shibli to present it, and this is in Arabic. Reem, the floor is yours.
تفضلي يا بنتي ريم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أحدثكم بشكل مختصر عن ورقة بحثنا التي تحمل عنوان الضغوط التربوية وعلاقتها بالرضا عن التعليم الإلكتروني في ظل جائحة كورونا لدى طلاب جامعة الشرقية. إن العالم أجمع يمر بالعديد من الأحداث والأزمات والكوارث عبر التاريخ والتي تحدث تغيرات بمستويات مختلفة، ويكون التأثير على كافة المجالات من سياسية، اقتصادية، اجتماعية، ولا سيما مجال التعليم. وقد نعاني اليوم في ظهور أزمة كورونا والتي أعلنت عنها منظمة الصحة العالمية بأنها جائحة عالمية، وكان من أبرز وأهم المجالات والقطاعات التي تضررت وتأثرت بشكل مباشر من هذه الجائحة هو قطاع التعليم، حيث أغلقت 200 دولة مدارسها وفقا لتوصيات منظمة الصحة العالمية. لذلك لجأت الجامعات إلى أن تستخدم التعليم عن بعد بحيث يحضر الطلاب
بنتي لو سمحتي بنتي ريم لو سمحتي، بس العرض ما يتحرك، واقف على
أيوة دكتور لو بس مقدمة بس. لذلك لجأت الجامعات إلى استخدام التعليم عن بعد بحيث يحضر الطلاب الدروس عبر الإنترنت. طبعا واجه طلاب الجامعة الكثير من التحديات والعقبات أثناء إتمام الأنشطة الأكاديمية، من بينها مواجهة فيروس كورونا المستجد والتعليم عن بعد والضغوط التربوية المترتبة عليه، مما يجعلهم أقل اندماجا في عملية تعلمهم. ولقد تم ربط هذه الدراسة في الضغوط التربوية بقياس مدى الرضا الناتج عن التعليم الإلكتروني لدى طلاب جامعات الشرقية. محتويات الدراسة. وقد تركزت مشكلة الدراسة في الإجابة على الأسئلة الآتية عن ما مستوى الضغوط التربوية التي تعرض لها طلاب جامعة الشرقية من وجهة نظرهم، وما مستوى الرضا عن التعليم الإلكتروني لدى طلاب جامعة الشرقية، وما مستوى العلاقة بين الضغوط التربوية التي يتعرض لها طلاب جامعة الشرقية ومستوى رضاهم عن التعليم الإلكتروني. طبعا هدف الدراسة عن الكشف عن مستوى الضغوط التربوية التي يتعرض لها طلاب جامعة الشرقية وعن مستوى رضاهم عن التعليم الإلكتروني من وجهة نظرهم. طبعا هدف البحث أن نوجد علاقة بين الضغوط التربوية والرضا عن التعليم الإلكتروني في ظل جائحة كورونا. وقد تم استخدام المنهج الوصفي، وطبعا استخدمنا في الدراسة المنهج الوصفي وبعد ولأغراض الدراسة وبعد الاطلاع على الأدب النظري والدراسات السابقة المتعلقة بموضوع الدراسة تم بناء أداتين للدراسة، وأداة لقياس الضغوط التربوية والتي تكونت من 14 عبارة، وأداة لقياس الرضا عن التعليم الإلكتروني وتكونت من 11 عبارة. وتكونت عينة الدراسة من 254 طالباً وطالبة من طلاب جامعة الشرقية. وتوصلت الدراسة لأن مستوى
الضغوط التربوية لدى طلاب جامعة الشرقية كان مرتفعا، حيث أن بلغ المتوسط الحسابي له 3.74. وكما توصل الدراسة لأن مستوى الرضا عن التعليم الإلكتروني لدى طلبة جامعة الشرقية، إذ بلغ المتوسط الحسابي له 3.28. وكما توصلت الدراسة لوجود علاقة بين الضغوط التربوية وعلاقتها بالرضا عن التعليم الإلكتروني في ظل جائحة كورونا لدى طلاب جامعة الشرقية. وطبعا أوصت الدراسة في النهاية إلى بعض التوصيات، أهمها ضرورة أن نفعل الإرشاد الطلابي داخل الجامعة، وأن نقدم ورش تدريبية للطلاب ليتعاملوا مع خوف من الاختبارات. وطبعا استخدمنا العديد من المراجع وهذه بعض منها. وفي الختام أتمنى أن أكون أدينا ورقة البحث على أكمل وجه، وشكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لك بنتي ريم على هذا العرض، بارك الله فيك، بلا شك انه عرض متميز، ونسال الله سبحانه وتعالى لكم التوفيق باذن الله تعالى. ناتي الان الى الورقه الثانيه، وهي للطالبه نرجس بنت محمد الرزيقيه بالاشتراك مع الطالب محمد بن قاسم المقداري. طبعا هذه الورقه يعني قد تكون جمعت بين كليتين، اللي هي كليه اداره الاعمال وكليه العلوم الصحيه. وبلا شك ان دائما التعاون والاشتراك بين الطلبه هو اسلوب راقي يشجعهم كذلك على بذل الكثير من الاشياء في سبيل رفعه البحث العلمي. بكل الشكر والتقدير له. طبعا نرجس عنوان مشاركتها اللي هي اثر جائحه كورونا على قضايا التشريع. بنتي نرجس موجوده؟
نعم موجوده.
ممكن تقدمي العرض لو سمحتي؟ وعندك ايضا كما قلنا سابقا يعني من 7 دقائق الى 8 دقائق.
واضح العرض؟
نعم واضح، بس خلي لو سمحتي بعرض الشرائح. اوكي تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمه الله تعالى وبركاته. مساكم الله بالخير. لقد قمنا بعمل بحث علمي بموضوع على اثر جائحه كورونا على قضايا التشغيل. معكم الطالب محمد المقبالي ونرجس الرزيقيه، ومشرف المجموعه الاستاذ يونس الرشيدي راشدي. اولا سوف نتحدث عن مقدمه ومشكله البحث. يواجه العالم بأسره تحديا جديدا على مستوى الصحي والاجتماعي والاقتصادي. ظهر هذا التحدي منذ انتشاره في مدينة ووهان الصينية، ثم انتشاره في جميع دول العالم تقريبا، ويعد الوضع استثنائيا ومرحلة جديدة في تاريخ المرحلة البشرية، ليس لخطورة الجائحة على الصحة فقط، بل لما تتركه من آثار على الجانب الاقتصادي والاجتماعي وحتى سياسيا، مما انعكس سلبيا على الاقتصاد، حيث أصبح يعيش فترة من الركود الحاد والانكماش المفاجئ. الأشكال النفسي الذي تطرحه اليوم جائحة كورونا باعتباره وباء عالميا، فقد تأثرت الدول بأزمة تشغيل بتداعيات كوفيد 19، ومن ضمنهم سلطنة عمان، فقد تأثر كل من القطاعين الحكومي والخاص، مما أدى إلى تقليص عدد الموظفين وأيضا تسريح البعض منهم، فأدى ذلك إلى مشكلة كبيرة وهي البطالة. ثانيا نبذة مختصرة عن البحث. أزمة كوفيد 19 في قضايا التشغيل، وكيف كانت عائق للمواطنين وكذا السلبيات التي حصلت، وبالتالي هذا البحث سوف يقوم على إظهار نتائج إيجابية وبصورة أفضل وجيدة للمجتمع وتحسين أداء المعيشي وكيف التأقلم على هذه الظاهرة. ثالثاً، ومن الأهداف التي تم التوصل إليها في أزمة كوفيد 19 التعرف على آثارها في القطاعين الحكومي والخاص، التعرف على دور السلطنة في حماية المواطنين، التعبيرات التي أوضحت معاناة المواطنين في كوفيد 19.
الدور لأنه لأنه رسم لدولة هاما وأساسيا في وضع منهج مشترك متكامل في معالجة تأثير الجائحة ومعالجة أوجه الضعف والقوة، والعمل على تأسيس منظومة متطورة لأسواق العمل. النتيجة الأولى العمل على إيجاد بيئة أعمال مواتية، أن يكون ذلك عن طريق تعزيز سيادة القوانين لمعالجة العقبات التي تعيق النمو وتطور بآليات الاقتصاد الرقمي، ولإنشاء بيئة عمل آمنة للعمل التي تكبح البيروقراطية والفساد الإداري. فتمت وجود بعض المؤسسات غير فعالة، وهذه المؤسسات الغير فعالة لا تخدم العملية الاستثمارية، وأنها قد تكون أكبر عائق أمام تطور القطاع الخاص. النتيجة الثانية في بحثنا التوسع في برامج تشغيل الممولة حكوميا، ويأتي ذلك عن طريق مساهمة في الاستثمار في القطاعات ومعالجة أوجه الضعف والقصور التي كشفتها تداعيات الجائحة، واتخاذ الإجراءات التي تساعد على توفير فرص عمل تستوعب جميع الفئات. ثالثاً الاستقرار المالي واستقرار الأسعار، وهذه النتيجة مهمة في بحثنا. يكمن ذلك في استكمال إجراءات وتدابير الاستبقائية، ويجب للدولة جاهدة في سعيها للوصول على معدلات مناسبة، ويجب عليها مراقبة الديون الداخلية والخارجية. وهنا نذكر علاقة تبين معدلات النمو الاقتصادي والبطالة، فكلما كان معدلات النمو الاقتصادي عاليا فتكون نسبة البطالة قليلة، علاقة عكسية، وهذا ما نريده، أن تكون نسبة البطالة قليلة. وهذه المرحلة تعتبر مرحلة راهنة تستدعي جهود كثيرة وتضامن بين المجتمع والحكومة. رابعاً الحفاظ على بنية تحتية جيدة، يكون ذلك عن طريق الاستثمار في بنية تحتية، وهذه الاستثمارات تشترط أن تكون استثمارات طويلة الأجل ذات عوائد مستمرة، ومساهمة في تحسين النمو الاقتصادي، وإيجاد فرص عمل قصيرة وطويلة الأجل لقطاعات مختلفة وكبيرة من قوى مشتغلة اقتصادياً، وتوزيع جغرافي عادل لا سيما في مناطق ريفية. خامساً تعزيز القطاعات ذات الميزة النسبية عالية الإنتاجية، ويكون ذلك عن طريق الحفاظ على استمرارية الكيانات المؤثرة في سوق العمل ذات الإنتاجية العالية، وتعزيزها الاستثمار وفق المتغيرات والمستجدات التي تشهدها دولتنا. ويتطلب النظر في إصلاح عدد من التشريعات المؤثرة في العملية التنموية، مثل قوانين الاستثمار والضرائب، وتشجيع وتحفيز المزيد من رؤوس الأموال، مما يساعد ذلك عن طريق زيادة فرص تشغيل وتحسين معدلات النمو. سادساً تقوية وتعزيز مبدأ المسؤولية الاجتماعية، نظراً لأهمية هذا المبدأ التي بينتها ظروف جائحة كورونا بشكل لافت، فمن الأهمية بمكان أن تولى لها الحكومة اهتماماً خاص من خلال مجموعة من الإجراءات التي تعزز وتقوي المسؤولية الاجتماعية، ومنها توفير بنية تحتية، وتوفير دراسات وأبحاث، وتقديم محفزات وتشجيع الشركات بين القطاع العام والخاص. ويوجد المزيد من الإجراءات، ولكن ضيق الوقت نكتفي بهذه الإجراءات. سابعاً العمل الجاد نحو تنظيم القطاع الغير منظم والسعي لتحويله تدريجياً إلى قطاع منظم. يعتبر القطاعات الغير منظمة من القطاعات التي تأثرت بتفشي جائحة كورونا بكثرة، لأن القطاعات الغير منظمة تعمل بدون ضوابط لازمة، وأن القطاع الغير منظم قد استوعب أعداد كبيرة من القوى العاملة الغير رسمية، إلا أنه ما زالت هناك فرصة سانحة لاستغلال الجوانب الإيجابية عن طريق دمج عدد كبير من المنشآت الصغيرة والكبيرة والعاملين في القطاع الغير منظم والمنظم وتحويله إلى قطاع منظم، وهذه النتيجة تسهم أيضا في تحسين شروط وظروف العمل وجذب المزيد من الاستثمار وتقليل نسبة البطالة. أخيرا، تبني سياسات تدريبية واقعية تتناسب احتياجات أسواق العمل. ما زال موضوع عدم مؤاومة المهارات مع الاحتياجات الفعلية لأسواق العمل مصدر قلق دائم، وتكمن المشكلة في المؤهلات المفرطة، حيث السنوات التي قضاها الفرد والمؤهلات التي اكتسبها تفوق متطلبات سوق العمل. لذلك نلاحظ تفشي ظاهرة البطالة بشكل متزايد بين الحاصلين على مستويات تعليمية عالية. شكرا لحسن استماعكم.
شكرا جزيلا للطالبة نرجس الرزيقية والطالب محمد المقداري. والآن سننتقل إن شاء الله إلى المشاركة الثالثة، وهي للطالبة يمنى السابعية بعنوان الآثار النفسية والاجتماعية للطلاب الجامعيين المصابين بفيروس كورونا في سلطنة عمان، والطالبة من كلية الآداب والعلوم الإنسانية. تفضلي يمنى. يمنى حاولي تخلي العرض بس. ممتاز.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مثل ما أسلف الدكتور أحمد في طرح عنوان بحثي الذي يتحدث عن الآثار النفسية والاجتماعية لدى الطلاب الجامعيين، فكلنا نعلم في السنوات الأخيرة مر العالم بأزمة صحية تبعتها آثار مختلفة، وجاء بحثي كمساهمة بسيطة في توضيح وتحليل بعض هذه الآثار. أدى فيروس كورونا المستجد إلى تغيرات في مختلف مناحي الحياة بشكل غير متوقع، مما أدى إلى عرقلة وتوقف الدراسة في المدارس الحكومية والخاصة وغلق الجامعات، الأمر الذي صعب بشكل خاص على الجامعيين، وبذلك برزت الكثير من المشكلات الاجتماعية والنفسية لديهم نتيجة هذا الفيروس. وهذا ما أكدته رؤية عمان 2040 واستراتيجيتها عند وضع أهدافها الأساسية، والتي من بينها إحداث نوعاً من التحول الملحوظ في جميع المجالات، وكذلك تعتبر الحالة النفسية مؤثر أساسي في تلقي التعليم ونتائج التحصيل وسوق العمل، بما ينعكس ذلك على أرض الواقع من خلال العمل بتنفيذ نقلة نوعية تشمل مختلف القطاعات الإنسانية والداعمة لعملية الإنتاج في سلطنة عمان، ولا يمكن تحقيق ذلك إلا عن طريق المساهمة في تحسين الحالات النفسية والاجتماعية نتيجة الإصابة بالفيروس. أسئلة الدراسة تتمحور حول ما هي الفروق التي شهدها الطلبة نتيجة جائحة فيروس كورونا، وكذلك ما هي التحديات التي واجهت الطلبة نتيجة إصابتهم بالفيروس. أما بالنسبة لأهمية البحث النظرية، تتضمن الإطار النظري للآثار النفسية والاجتماعية للطلاب الجامعيين المصابين بالفيروس من حيث الأهمية والأهداف والأنواع، واستعراض مبسط للمشكلات الناتجة عن الإصابة بفيروس كورونا لدى الجامعيين كمحاولة علمية وعملية لإثراء وتزويد المكتبات العمانية والعربية بدراسة حديثة وفريدة حسب علمي كباحثة، والتي تدور موضوعها حول آثار الناتجة عن الإصابة بالفيروس لدى الجامعيين ومدى تأثيره عليهم، وبشكل خاص من حيث الحالة النفسية، والذي يشتمل على الجانب الصحي وكذلك الجانب الاجتماعي وما يترتب عليها من جوانب أخرى على كل من الطلاب والطالبات الجامعيين. أما بالنسبة للأهمية التطبيقية، وتشمل مجموعة النتائج التي يتم التوصل إليها من خلال تطبيق الأداة، والتي هي المقابلة بشكل استبانة نوعية لتعذر الوصول إليهم بشكل مباشر، ومن حيث مجموعة التوصيات والاستنتاجات التي يتم التوصل إليها من خلال هذه الدراسة، والتعرف على المشكلات التي تعرضوا لها الطلاب ومدى استمرارية هذه الآثار ومعرفة التحديات التي تواجههم، سيساعد ويقدم تغذية راجعة لمتخذي القرارات في الوزارات المختلفة مثل وزارة التعليم العالي ووزارة الصحة ووزارة شؤون الأوقاف والشؤون الدينية في سلطنة عمان، وكذلك المسؤولين في الجامعات السلطنة، فإن تحديد نوعية المشكلات التي يعاني منها الطلبة يساهم في اتخاذ بعض من القرارات المتعلقة بالوضع النفسي والصحي والاجتماعي لدى الطلاب الجامعيين في وقت مبكر، ومعالجة التحديات والصعوبات التي يواجهها الطلاب في هذه الفترة، واتخاذ بعض القرارات المتعلقة بشأنهم. الأمر الذي من شأنه تحسين ورفع كفاءة الطلبة الجامعيين وسوق العمل والإنتاجية. أما بالنسبة لأهداف البحث فهي التعرف على الفروق التي شهدها الطلبة نتيجة جائحة فيروس كورونا، والتعرف على التحديات التي واجهها الطلبة نتيجة إصابتهم بالفيروس. حدود البحث بالنسبة الحدود الموضوعية اقتصرت على الحالات النفسية والاجتماعية، أما الحدود الزمانية فهي ما بين سنتي 2020 و2021. الحدود المكانية تتضمن جميع جامعات سلطنة عمان، أما بالنسبة للحدود البشرية فهم الطلاب والطالبات الجامعيين المصابين بفيروس كورونا في سلطنة عمان. منهجية بحثي اعتمدت على المنهج النوعي الذي يقوم بتحليل وربط بين وجهات النظر، وكذلك أيضا من خلال تحليل الواقع والأدب النظري والمقابلات المسجلة، واستخدمنا الاستبانة النوعية كأداة لجمع البيانات والمعلومات والربط بينها. أداة البحث العلمي أداة الدراسة.
بس الوقت حاولي.
طيب دكتور، تم بناء أداة الدراسة من خلال العمل على تطوير أداة مستمدة من أدوات أخرى، وذلك من خلال الرجوع إلى بعض الدراسات والأدبيات السابقة ذات الصلة بالآثار النفسية والاجتماعية نتيجة فيروس كورونا على الجامعيين. وقبل البدء في تطبيق الأداة الموضوعة، قامت الباحثة بعرض أداة الدراسة على محكم من المحكمين ذو الخبرة والمعرفة في مجال التعليم والعلوم النفسية. تكونت الأداة في صورتها الأولية من محورين مهمين في الحالات النفسية والاجتماعية نتيجة الإصابة بفيروس كورونا، الذي يحتوي على 22 عبارة. المحور الأول التعرف على حالة المصابين بفيروس كورونا المستجد، يتكون من 10 عبارات. والمحور الثاني استمرارية تأثير الإصابة على الحياة الاجتماعية، والذي يحتوي على 12 عبارة. ثم جاء عملية تحكيم، وقامت الباحثة بعمل الإجراءات والتغييرات وفق ما تم ملاحظته من قبل المحكمين، وبذلك وصلت الأداة بصورتها النهائية إلى 23 عبارة. من المحور الأول وهي التحديات النفسية الناتجة عن فيروس كورونا، والذي يحتوي على 11 عبارة. والمحور الثاني هو التفاعل الاجتماعي ويبلغ 5 عبارات. والمحور الثالث وهو استمرارية الآثار السلبية الذي يحتوي على 7 عبارات. أما بالنسبة لنتائج البحث، أوضحت الدراسة بأن محاور الآثار النفسية والاجتماعية لدى المصابين الجامعيين بشكل عام بدرجة متوسطة، حيث جاء ترتيبها بالشكل الآتي: التحديات النفسية الناتجة عن الفيروس في متوسط حسابي 3.64 وهو يمثل درجة عالية، وبعده جاء محور التفاعل الاجتماعي بمتوسط حسابي 3.1، وأخيرا جاء محور استمرارية الآثار السلبية بمتوسط حسابي 1.95 وهي تمثل درجة منخفضة جدا. كما أثبتت الدراسة بشكل عام بأن درجة الآثار النفسية والاجتماعية نتيجة الإصابة بفيروس كورونا متوسطة، وهذا يدل على وجود التأثير النفسي الكبير في المصابين. وهكذا أثبتت الدراسة النتائج التي تم التوصل إليها وربطها مع وجهات نظر المصابين. فجاء مستوى عبارات التعرض لحالات نفسية واضطرابات صحية نتيجة الإصابة بفيروس كورونا بدرجة عالية، في حين جاء مستوى عبارات التعرض لمشكلات بعد انتهاء الجائحة بدرجة متوسطة. وأكدت الدراسة على وجود فروق ذات دلالة إحصائية في محاور الحالات النفسية والاضطرابات الصحية وفي الأداء بشكل عام لصالح الإناث، ويعزى الباحثون ذلك إلى بيولوجية المرأة وطبيعتها الفطرية. أما من حيث مشكلات التوحد والانطوائية فقد أثبتت الدراسة عدم وجود فروق ذات دلالة إحصائية عن مستوى 0.5%. التوصيات التي أقترحها في هذا البحث: ضرورة الإسراع عند حدوث مثل هذه الأوبئة والتي تستمر لسنوات من قبل الوزارات وإداريين الجامعات والمسؤولين وكل من له سلطة وشأن في المجتمع لمعالجة المشكلات التي واجهت الشباب الجامعيين المصابين بالفيروس، والاهتمام بهم باعتبارهم حاضر الأمة ومستقبلها وموردها، وذلك من خلال وضع مقررات تتحدث وتختص بالصحة النفسية وأهميتها، ووضع ندوات ومسابقات لتعزيز هذا الجانب وتوضيح أهميته وحدته، وكذلك يمكن من خلال أي طريقة تناسب الوضع العام والصحي نتيجة الوباء للمساهمة في التغلب على المشكلات التي يتعرضون لها في تلك الفترة. وأيضا يتم مراجعة السياسات القائمة حول الصحة النفسية والاهتمام بها والجانب الاجتماعي، وكذلك ما يتفرع منهما من مشكلات، وتوفير جميع المساندات التي يحتاجها الطلاب الجامعيين في مختلف الجامعات. هل في أي أسئلة؟
شكرا طالبة يمنى السابعية على ذلك. والآن نأتي إلى المشاركة رقم 4. طبعا كانت الطالبة ثريا بنت ناصر بن سالم الشخصية تود أن تلقي هذه الورقة بنفسها، ولكن للظروف التي طبعا حالت بينها وبين التقديم، وهي ظروف الاتصالات، وسنقوم بعرضها إن شاء الله تعالى على هذا الرابط. نبدأ بعرض هذه المشاركة. هل واضح الصوت؟
لا دكتور ماشي صوت.
لحظات شوي.
إحنا سامعين، يعني أنا عندي صوت.
للأسف احنا ما عندنا صوت بتاتا من أول ما بدأ، ذكرتها فقط كانت تنتظر.
لحظات إن شاء الله سيتم إعداد الصوت بعد لحظات إن شاء الله. الآن سنقوم بإعادة الفيديو مرة أخرى إن شاء الله.
ما زال ما في صوت إذا كان بدأ.
لحظات فقط.
وذلك أثناء وجودي في فترة التربية العملية. مرحبا، أنا الثريا الشخصي، أتمنى أن تحظوا برحلة ممتعة أثناء تصفح هذا العرض. إذا أهلا بكم في مكتبة البحث العلمي. كل كتاب يمثل فصل من فصول البحث العلمي. كل ما علينا فعله هو الضغط على كل كتاب حتى يعرض لنا ما يحويه من معلومات تخص البحث. نبدأ بملخص البحث. إذا عنوان بحثنا هو فاعلية برنامج تدريبي لتنمية مهارات تصميم الألعاب الإلكترونية التعليمية لمعلمات اللغة العربية بمدرسة العهد للتعليم الأساسي، وهو بحث تجريبي قمت بكتابته أثناء فترة التربية العملية بمدرسة العهد. والآن لنعد إلى المكتبة ونختار كتابا آخر. بالنسبة لمشكلة الدراسة فإنها تتمثل في الإحساس بالمشكلة أولاً، وذلك أثناء وجودي في فترة التربية العملية لاحظت عزوف كثير من معلمات اللغة العربية لاستخدام الألعاب التعليمية الإلكترونية في التدريس. لذلك جاء السؤال الرئيس في ما فاعلية برنامج تدريبي لتنمية مهارات تصميم الألعاب الإلكترونية التعليمية لمعلمات اللغة العربية بمدرسة العهد، ومن ثم جاءت الأسئلة الفرعية، منها ما فاعلية هذا البرنامج في تمكين معلمات اللغة العربية من مهارات إنتاج الألعاب الإلكترونية التعليمية. والآن لنعود إلى المكتبة ونختار كتاباً آخر. بالنسبة لأهمية البحث أو أهمية الدراسة، يوجد لدينا هنا العديد من الكلمات والأهمية، ولكن سأخبركم بما عايشته في الواقع التدريسي. أنا كمعلمة للغة العربية لا أريد أن أدخل إلى الحصة وأستخدم لعبة إلكترونية تعليمية تحوي مفردات أجنبية كستارت أو جيم أوفر أو فينيش. لا، لماذا لا نستخدم كلمة ابدأ أو انتهت اللعبة أو انتهى الوقت؟ كذلك لا نريد أن نرى شخصيات لا تمثل قيمنا وعاداتنا الإسلامية. لماذا لا يكون لدينا شخصيات بطابع عماني أو طابع إسلامي على الأقل؟ فجاءت أهمية هذه الدراسة في تمكين المعلمات اللغة العربية من تصميم ألعاب خاصة بهن تتماشى مع قيمهن الإسلامية ومع المادة العلمية الموجودة لديهن. الآن لنعد إلى المكتبة ونختار أهداف البحث. مثل ما تلاحظون قمت محاولة في جعل العرض قريب من عنوان البحث، وهو عبارة عن مجموعة من الأوامر أو الألعاب التعليمية التي تتماشى طبعا مع البحث العلمي. من أهم الأهداف التي جاء بها البحث هو تحديد الاحتياجات التدريبية لمعلمات اللغة العربية في الحلقة الأولى من مهارات توظيف الألعاب. أيضا بناء برنامج تدريبي متكامل يمكن المعلمة من تصميم الألعاب التعليمية الإلكترونية. لنعد إلى المكتبة ونختار منهجية البحث. بالنسبة لمنهجية البحث، استخدمنا في البحث المنهج الوصفي وشبه التجريبي. جاء المنهج الوصفي في الدراسات السابقة والأدبيات والإطار النظري، أما المنهج الشبه التجريبي وهو في تعرف على أثر المتغير المستقل على المتغير التابع. فجاء هنا المتغير المستقل البرنامج التدريبي العلاجي، والمتغير التابع تنمية مهارات تصميم الألعاب. نختار الآن عينة البحث. تكون مجتمع البحث من معلمات المجال الأول بالمدرسة البالغ عددهن 22 معلمة، أما عينة البحث فجاءت من 10 معلمات تم اختيارهن بالطريقة العشوائية البسيطة. أدوات البحث أو أدوات الدراسة، استخدمت الاستبانة. استبانة تم تنفيذها قبل البرنامج العلاجي وبعد البرنامج العلاجي. جاءت الاستبانة لتقييس مدى فهم المعلمات للألعاب التعليمية الإلكترونية، حيث استخدمت مقياس ليكرت الثلاثي لسهولته. ثم قسمت الاستبانة إلى محورين، المحور الأول والمحور الثاني بواقع 12 فقرة كما هو موضح لديكم في الشريحة. بعد ذلك قمت بتحليلها بواسطة برنامج SPSS. بالنسبة للبرنامج العلاجي، جاءت فكرته عبارة عن مجموعة من الورش والندوات وأوراق العمل التي تضمنها البرنامج العلاجي من أجل تطوير مهارات تصميم الألعاب التعليمية الإلكترونية بطابع عربي إسلامي. ونرفق هنا البرنامج العلاجي، ولكن لا يوجد وقت لعرضه، لذلك نعود إلى المكتبة ونصل إلى نتائج الدراسة. جاءت نتائج الدراسة في ظهور وجود فروق ذات دلالة إحصائية بين متوسطي درجات العينة للتطبيق القبلي والتطبيق البعدي للاستبانة لصالح التطبيق البعدي، حيث لاحظت ارتفاع المتوسطات الحسابية في التطبيق البعدي، وهذا يدل على نجاح البرنامج التدريبي في تحقيق الأهداف التي وضعت من أجله. ونلاحظ هنا المتوسط الحسابي لفقرات الاستبانة، نلاحظ من خلال الشكل ارتفاع المتوسط البعدي وتغير فكرة الألعاب التعليمية الإلكترونية لدى المعلمات بأنها أصبحت سهلة، وكل معلمة قادرة على تصميم اللعبة الخاصة بها. لنعد إلى المكتبة ونذهب إلى توصيات البحث. من أهم التوصيات حقيقة التي أوصي بها، نحن نتعامل مع جيل ولد في أحضان التكنولوجيا، لذلك لا نستطيع جذبه إلا بهذه الألعاب التكنولوجية. ولا نريد أن نعقد المهمة ونقول بأنها صعبة ومعقدة، بل يوجد هناك العديد من البرامج التي تساعد المعلمات على تصميم الألعاب السهلة البسيطة والتي تخدم المادة العلمية. لذلك يوصي الدراسة بأهمية توفير أولا المستلزمات التكنولوجية الحديثة في المدارس كالسبورات التفاعلية، أيضا وضع ورشات وتدريبات مكثفة لدى المعلمات في كيفية تصميم ألعاب تعليمية خاصة بهن. والآن نعود إلى المكتبة. أتمنى أن تكونوا استمتعتم في هذه الرحلة. دمتم بود. إلى اللقاء.
شكرا للطالبة، شكرا للطالبة الثريا الشخصية، ونعتذر منكم لضعف التقنية فيما حصل في خصوص الفيديو السابق. نأتي الآن إلى المتسابقة نبيلة البلوشية، وهي أيضا من كلية إدارة الأعمال، والتي إن شاء الله سوف تقدم باللغة الإنجليزية بعنوان طبعا تحليل أداء الشركات، التركيز على صناعة النفط والغاز في عمان. الطالبة نبيلة تسمعيني؟
أيوة نعم دكتور، صوتي واضح؟
أي صوتك واضح، تفضل.
تمام إن شاء الله.
مرحبا، أنا الثريا الشخصي. أتمنى
العرض واضح دكتور؟
نعم واضح، تفضلي نبيل.
تمام إن شاء الله الحين نبدأ. Hello everyone, this is Nabila Al-Balushi from College of Business Administration. Today I'll be presenting a research project entitled Performance Analysis of Firms, a Focus on Oil and Gas Industry in Sultanate of Oman. First thing first, I will start with the basics. As everyone knows that oil and gas industry is the major industry that's feeding the national economy. And globally, it has witnessed an incredible increase during the last few decades. But despite the great and the major role played by this industry in feeding the national and international economy, there are a lot of challenges that has not been mentioned in the previous research regarding the sustainability of this industry. That's why we've come with this research, is to investigate the factors that affecting the sustainability of the industry of oil and gas, and also how these challenges will impact the overall performance of this industry. The significance of this study, of course, is a valuable contribution to the existing knowledge. As I mentioned previously, there is barely a research that discussed the challenges that facing this industry regarding how to sustain this business and this industry. And since Oman 2040 vision is concentrating on to diversify the economy and to adapt more sustainable strategy regarding the economy, so it will support it, we will support them with the scientific findings. And also it will provide the policymakers with a scientific ground to come up with new policies and strategies that support the sustainability concept. The objective of this research is to examine the impact of production management and the operational risk on the sustainability practice in the oil and gas industry, as well as to explore the factors that predict the firm's financial performance. We will go through a brief literature review for this research. As I mentioned previously, the main variable of this research is the production management practices, operational risk, sustainability practices, and the financial performance. I'll start with the production management. As we know that oil and gas products are a fundamental producer for other several industries, such as transportation, manufacturing. And to ensure an enough supply of these products to that firms to keep their business running, it's really important from these firms to adapt the green production strategies. And for the government, it's really important to impose new rules and regulations that support the sustainability practices within these firms and other firms. The second variable I'll talk about is the operational risk. If we can define the operational risk, we can say it's the hazards and uncertainties faced by the oil and gas industry and other firms while practicing their day-to-day activity. And it's really important not only for oil and gas industry to assess and to be able to identify the operational risk in order to manage them, because operational risk management will lead to sustainable practices in the production management. While talking about sustainability, most of the firms, especially after corona pandemic, has taken new consideration to consider the sustainability practice in order to keep their business running as much time as possible. So it's really important to adapt sustainable strategy regarding the process of production of products and services, because all of these variables with their production management, operational risk, and sustainability practices impact the financial performance of the firms. And based on this literature review, we've developed the following study framework, which constitute of operational risk, production management, sustainability practices, and the financial performance. And regarding the analysis, we've found out that there is a positive and significant relationship that exists between all of the variables. Regarding the methodology of this research, we adapted the mixed method approach that combine between the qualitative and quantitative method. And we based on the oil and gas companies' annual report from the period 2017 to the period 2020, we've gathered the data and analyzed them by using Excel and SPSS software. Regarding the results of this study actually focused on the economic aspect as an indicator of the sustainability, where the financial indicators include revenue, profit after tax, dividend, cash, short terms, investment, total asset, return, and earning. In this study, we focused on the main three major firms or companies that operating in the oil and gas industry in the Sultanate of Oman, namely Shell Marketing, Petroleum Development, PDO, and OLNG. And the revealed results show that the production management practices and operational risks among the critical and the crucial factors that influencing the financial performance of these firms. So from here, we can conclude that the financial performance of any firm is affected directly and impacted by the firms, how they manage their activities. At the conclusion, I would like to say that the oil and gas industry is really important for the economy. It's played a major role during the past decades and years in prosperity of the country, whether in Sultanate of Oman or other countries. So it's really important to start to think how we are going to sustain this industry by adapting the green productions. And we can also mention that the financial performance of this industry is directly affected by the production management and the operational risk. As for the limitation, of course, as any other research is not free of limitation. The main limitation was the result generalization, and we recommend the companies of the oil and gas industry to use and to adapt this research and use it to evolve better production practices and to adjust their existed policies. Suggestion for the future research, we suggest that the future researchers conduct more qualitative research and to conduct comparative research and to try to figure out the other factors that impact on the sustainability of this industry. I've reached to the end of my presentation, so if you have any question, please do not hesitate.
Thank you, Nabila.
You're most welcome, Dr.
I think we'll move on to the coming session.
شكرا للطالبة نبيلة البلوشية على هذا العرض. والآن ننتقل إلى المشاركة السادسة، الطالبتان مريم الصبارية. والآن ننتقل إلى المشاركة السادسة للطالبتين مريم الصبارية ونوف الدائرية، وعنوان ورقتين دور مهارات المستقبل كاستراتيجية فعالة في خلق فرص عمل للطلبة، وهما طالبتان من كلية العلوم الإنسانية، الآداب والعلوم الإنسانية. تفضلا يا نوف يا مريم.
السلام عليكم دكتور، بس هل واضحة الشاشة ولا لا؟
واضحة الشاشة بنتي، بس حاولي تخليها شاشة كاملة.
بس لحظات. يتحرك العرض دكتور؟ بس أعرف. بس مريم لو تتفضلي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حضورنا الكريم، أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا. شكرا لكم على الحضور، وشكرا للجنة المنظمة على تنظيم الملتقى البحثي الرائع. إن شاء الله سنقوم بعرض ورقتنا البحثية المعنونة بعنوان دور مهارات المستقبل كاستراتيجية فعالة في خلق فرص عمل للطلبة، بمعية الأستاذة نوف الدايرية وتحت إشراف الدكتور عبد الله الفارسي. أولا سنتطرق إلى مشكلة الدراسة. هناك مجموعة من المشكلات تواجه الطلبة بشكل عام، سواء كان في المجتمع المدرسي.
لو سمحت بس نحاول نخلي الشاشة كاملة.
دكتور غيرتها ما واضح؟
شاشة العرض.
أيوة مسويتها خلاص.
السلايد الثانية نوف.
مسوي السلايد الثانية. ما واضح والله كيف.
كمل. إذن مشكلة الدراسة، هناك مجموعة من المشكلات تواجه الطلبة بشكل عام، سواء كان في المجتمع المدرسي أو في المجتمع الجامعي. أهمها فقدان الطالب المهارات الحياتية الأساسية، على سبيل المثال التفكير الناقد، حل المشكلات، الذكاء العاطفي، الذكاء الاجتماعي، التعاون والإبداع، وكذلك مهارة اتخاذ القرار. كل هذه المهارات تلعب دورا رئيسيا في تمكين الطالب من انخراطه في كافة النواحي، سواء كانت نواحي علمية، ثقافية أو ريادية وغيرها، وتكسبه كذلك العديد من المهارات التي تجعل منه طالب مواكب لمجريات الحياة بطريقة سلمية تضمن له المستقبل الباهر. هناك أسباب لهذه المشكلة. السبب الأول سبب متعلق ببيئة الطالب، السبب الثاني كذلك متعلق بالبيئة التعليمية التي يلتحق بها الطالب، سواء كان طالب في المدرسة أم طالب في الجامعة. السبب الأخير أسباب متعلقة بقلة الوعي التربوي لدى موجهه. ثانياً سننتقل إلى أسئلة الدراسة. السؤال الرئيسي لهذه الدراسة البحثية: ما دور المؤسسات التربوية التعليمية في سلطنة عمان في تطوير مهارات المستقبل لدى الطلبة من أجل خلق فرص عمل لهم؟ وكذلك يتفرع من هذه الدراسة البحثية 4 أسئلة. السؤال الأول: ما المقصود بمهارات المستقبل؟ ما هي الطرق التي تساعد المنظومة التربوية التعليمية في إكساب الطلبة مهارات القرن 21؟ السؤال الثالث: ما الأسباب العلمية لقلة تلقي الطالب واكتسابه لهذه المهارات؟ أخيراً، ما هي الإجراءات المناسبة التي يجب على المؤسسات التعليمية في سلطنة عمان اتباعها في تقوية وتعزيز وغرس هذه المهارات لدى الطالب؟ ثالثاً، أهداف الدراسة. تتحقق في هذه الدراسة 4 أهداف أساسية.
يا مريم حاولي تخلي الشاشة كاملة العرض. أنت الآن وضع الشرائح فقط. حاولي تسوي عرض للشرائح لو سمحتي.
دكتور اللي ماسكنا
عندنا واضح الشريحة الأولى فقط.
المشكلة ما أنا اللي مسوية الشير دكتور، نوف هي اللي
الحين ظاهر دكتور ولا لا؟
الشريحة الأولى فقط نوف ظاهرة.
ما أعرف إيش.
طيب دكتور ممكن تفتحوه من عندكم؟
ممكن أفتح أنا العرض. وين واقفة نوف؟
دكتور عند أهداف الدراسة.
وين واقفة نوف؟
الأهداف دكتور.
في شريحة نوف خبريني واقفة لو سمحتي.
أهداف الدراسة.
أهداف الدراسة قبل النتائج موجودة. قبل النتائج.
تفضلي.
أنا دكتور. تفضلي مريم.
إذا نكمل أهداف الدراسة. يهدف البحث الحالي إلى وضع استراتيجية تحقق الأهداف التالية. الهدف الأول: توفر فرص التدريب، التعرف على مفهوم مهارات المستقبل، ذلك معرفة الطرق والوسائل والسبل العلمية التي بدورها تساعد العملية التربوية في اكتساب الطلبة مهارات القرن ال21، وكذلك معرفة الأسباب والمشكلات التي تعيق الطلبة لتلقي واكتساب هذه المهارات الحياتية المهمة، وكذلك تحديد المهارات المهمة المؤدية لزيادة الإنتاج في مختلف القطاعات. رابعاً، أهمية الدراسة. تنبع أهمية الدراسة فيما يلي: إن المهارات الحياتية وتحديداً مهارات المستقبل هي الركيزة الأساسية التي من خلالها يبنى كيان الطالب علمياً وفكرياً وريادياً، وإن المحيط التعليمي الذي يسعى جاهداً في خلق الوسط الذي يجعل من طلابه عملة نادرة هو ما سيحصد نتائج مثمرة طيبة. فتكمن أهمية هذه الدراسة في السعي لتمكين الطلبة من خلال غرس مفاهيم علمية تربوية ريادية ثقافية في شخصياتهم، وذلك لا يأتي إلا من بعد جهد عظيم وتوجيه من قبل المختصين. فالتجربة هي بحد ذاتها تصقل وتعلم وتبني شخصية قيادية قادرة على مواجهة التحديات الطارئة على الحياة. فالتجربة تكسب الفرد مهارة التحدي والمرونة والصبر، وكذلك إكساب الطالب مهارات حل المشكلات يعد أمر مهم جدا، وذلك لا يأتي إلا من خلال المساهمة في تشجيع الطلبة في المشاركة في الأندية الثقافية والانخراط في النقاشات العلمية، وكذلك محاورة أصحاب الخبرات والتجارب. فكل هذه تكسب مهارة حل المشكلات. كذلك التعاون والتواصل وتبادل الآراء ووجهات النظر يعد أيضاً عطاء ثرائي، ولعل أبرزها وأهمها هي التفكير الناقد التي لابد أن يتحلى الطالب بها، وهي لا تأتي إلا عن طريق القدرة في حل وعرض المشكلة وتقييم الفكرة والنقد الهادف البناء، وغيرها من المهارات المهمة التي تساعد في بناء شخصية الطالب وتخلق له فرص عمل متعددة. فإن اكتساب مثل هذه المهارات يعد سلاحاً للانخراط بشكل قوي لأي عمل، وإن اكتساب هذه المهارات يعزز وينمي الجانب الفكري للطلبة، مما يجعل منهم مبدعين مفكرين قادرين على الإبداع والتجديد ومواكبة العصر بشتى مجرياته. خامساً، حدود الدراسة. أولاً، حدود موضوعية. اقتصرت هذه الدراسة على دور المؤسسات التعليمية في سلطنة عمان في تطوير مهارات المستقبل من أجل خلق فرص عمل لهم. ثانياً، الحدود المكانية. اقتصرت هذه الدراسة على طلبة المدارس والجامعات. ثالثاً، الحدود البشرية. اقتصرت هذه الدراسة على فئة التربويين في المدارس والجامعات. رابعاً، الحدود الزمانية. أجريت هذه الدراسة الميدانية في الفصل الدراسي الثاني الجامعي. أما الآن أترك لكم وأتيح الفرصة لزميلتي نوف للحديث عن نتائج الدراسة الميدانية.
السلام عليكم. طبعا أكمل على زميلتي مريم بخصوص النتائج.
حاولي بالسرعة حتى
طيب.
تنتهي من الوقت المحدد لك.
ما شاء الله. بالنسبة لنتائج الدراسة نأتي أولاً إلى منهجية الدراسة. قمنا باتباع المنهج الوصفي التحليلي في هذا البحث، وذلك لدراسة المزيد من الآراء، وتم استخدام الاستبيان كأداة لهذه الدراسة وتم توزيعها في الميدان التعليمي. طبعاً مجتمع الدراسة أو عينة الدراسة تمثلت في فئة الأساتذة من مدارس وجامعات السلطنة، وبلغ عددهم 100 أستاذ، وتم اختيارهم بطريقة العينة العشوائية البسيطة. طبعاً خصائص عينة الدراسة تم توزيع أفراد العينة على حسب الجنس وعلى حسب المؤهل العلمي وعلى حسب وظائفهم. طبعاً مثل ما هي واضحة النسب معاكم على الشاشة. نأتي الآن إلى أداة الدراسة. طبعاً أداة الدراسة استخدمت الباحثتان أداة الدراسة اللي هي الاستبيان، اشتملت على بيانات أساسية وكذلك أسئلة الاستبيان. البيانات الأساسية للمستجيبين اشتملت على الجنس والمؤهل العلمي والوظيفة، بينما أسئلة الاستبيان فقد اشتملت على 5 خيارات اللي هي موافق بشدة، موافق، محايد، غير موافق، غير موافق بشدة، وفقرة واحدة كانت عبارة عن فقرة مفتوحة الإجابة. بالنسبة لتحليل أسئلة الدراسة مثل ما هي واضحة معكم اللي هي الفقرة الأولى أو الشكل الأول. الفقرة الأولى كانت تعتبر مهارات المستقبل كالقيادة، التفكير الناقد، المرونة، الذكاء العاطفي، الذكاء الاجتماعي، وقوة التحليل مهمة لخلق فرص عمل للطلبة مستقبلا. طبعا نسبة 88% من العينة المستهدفة أيدوا هذه العبارة، وهذا يدل على أن مهارات القرن 21 تعتبر مهارات مهمة تجعل من الطالب مواكب لمجريات الحياة، وكذلك تجعله مؤهل للانخراط مع بيئة العمل مستقبلا. بالنسبة للفقرة الثانية، هناك مؤثرات خارجية تؤثر سلبا على عدم قدرة الطالب في تعلم مهارات جديدة. نعم
لو سمحتي نوف، الوقت
خلاص
يعني تفضلي.
خلاص نمشي لآخر شيء دكتور.
تفضل.
نأتي الآن إلى أبدأ في السؤال المفتوح. نأتي الآن إلى السؤال المفتوح اللي هي من وجهة نظرك أنت كتربوي، هل تؤيد فكرة وجود ورش ودورات تدريبية في الصرح التعليمي تؤهل الطالب باكتساب المهارات الأساسية التي قد يحتاجها في بيئة العمل؟ طبعا إن أغلب من وزعت عليهم الاستبيان أجابوا بنعم. البرامج التدريبية مهمة لدى الطالب بعد أثناء وبعد التخرج، وذلك لما لها دور في صقل مهارات أو شخصية الطالب وتهيئة للخوض في الحياة العملية، وكذلك تكسبه العديد من المهارات وتجعله فرد قيادي وقادر على مواكبة التطور والتقدم وكذلك التأقلم مع احتياجات سوق العمل. نأتي الآن أخيرا إلى توصيات الدراسة. في ضوء هذه النتائج التي توصلت إليها الدراسة توصي الباحثتان بما يأتي. نوصي الباحثين في مجال التربية بضرورة تكثيف الدورات والورش التدريبية التي بدورها تسهم في تعزيز وغرس وتطوير مهارات المستقبل في الطلبة، كذلك تهيئة الصرح التعليمي أو العلمي عفوا الذي يتلائم مع ميول واحتياجات الطالب ويعزز بالتالي الثقة لدى الطالب مما يجعله يعني مواكب أو يعني يجعله يستطيع أن يمارس مهاراته في هذه الحياة. كذلك نوصي التربويين في المدارس والجامعات بضرورة العمل والاهتمام بالطلبة في الجانب الاجتماعي، وذلك من خلال إتاحة الفرص لهم للمشاركة في مختلف المسابقات والندوات وغيرها. شكرا لكم على حسن الاستماع. سعدت أن أكون بصحبتكم في الدقائق الماضية.
شكرا الطالبة مريم الصقارية ونوف الدائرية. ونأتي الآن إلى المشاركة رقم 7، وأيضا يعني لو تتكرمون علينا أن يكون الوقت نفس الوقت الذي حدد لكل مداخلة، وهي ما بين 5 دقائق إلى 7 دقائق فقط حتى لا نأخذ الوقت الكثير. نأتي إلى المداخلة رقم 7، وأيضا نوف الدائرية ولا عبد السلام. وعنوان المداخلة: آراء طلبة جامعة الشرقية حول التعليم عن بعد في ظل جائحة كورونا، وهي أيضا من كلية الآداب والعلوم الإنسانية. تفضلي.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أستاذ لو تكرمت ممكن تعرض الورقة؟
الصوت نوف الصوت.
أستاذ ممكن تعرض الورقة بس هدخلك على الخاص.
حاولي أيضا تنبهيني، أنا سأقوم بعرض الورقة إن شاء الله، بس حاولي تنبهيني بين يعني بين كل شريحة، الانتقال من شريحة إلى أخرى.
طيب أستاذ. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أبدأ في 3-2-1. جئنا اليوم لنناقش ورقة بحثنا المعنونة تحت عنوان آراء طلبة الجامعة الشرقية حول التعليم عن بعد في ظل جائحة كورونا، وكان هذا البحث بمعية الأستاذة الفاضلة نوف الدايرية وكذلك بإشراف الدكتور الفاضل أحمد الخروسي. أستاذي ممكن ننتقل الآن إلى مقدمة البحث. في مقدمة البحث واجهنا أو ذكرنا ما هي المشكلة التي أدت بنا إلى اللجوء لهذا أو البحث في هذا العنوان، حيث وجدنا بأن في الفترة الأخيرة واجهنا أزمة عالمية ألا وهي تفشي جائحة كورونا، حيث أن هذه الأزمة العالمية أدت إلى توقف التعليم التقليدي وظهور ما يعرف بالعوز الاقتصادي، لأن حاليا نجد بأن الدول تصرف الكثير أو تصرف الكثير في مجال التعليم عن بعد، فكان من الصعب اللي هو الانتقال إلى نوع آخر هو التعلم الإلكتروني، ولكن كان من المهم أو من التحديات التي واجهتها السلطنة في الانتقال من التعليم التقليدي إلى التعليم عن بعد، لأن لابد حتى وإن كان هنالك مشاكل لابد من مواكبة اللي هو هذا التعليم، لأنه يعتبر من الركائز الأساسية لنشأة الأمم وتطورها. الآن فيما إذا تحدثنا عن أسئلة الدراسة، فتطرقنا إلى أساسين وهما ما مزايا التعليم عن بعد من وجهة نظر طلبة جامعة الشرقية. أما بالنسبة للسؤال الثاني، ما التحديات التي تواجه طلبة جامعة الشرقية تجاه التعليم عن بعد؟ فيما إذا تطرقنا إلى أهداف الدراسة، فنتحدث عن 3 محاور أساسية. المحور الأول التعرف على آراء طلبة جامعة الشرقية حول التعليم عن بعد في ظل جائحة كورونا. ثانيهما التعرف على مزايا التعليم عن بعد من وجهة نظر طلبة جامعة الشرقية. ثالثهما التعرف على الصعوبات التي تواجه طلبة جامعة الشرقية في ظل التعليم عن بعد. فيما إذا تطرقنا إلى أهمية الدراسة، فنتطرق إلى أساسين وهما الأهمية النظرية والأهمية العملية. في الأهمية النظرية نحن نسعى إلى ماذا؟ إلى تمكين اللي هو التعليم الإلكتروني وإلى إجراء المزيد من دراسات حول هذا النوع من التعليم حتى تظهر لنا بصورة شاملة ويسهم في التراكم المعرفي وكذلك التراكم البحثي، لأننا نحن في تطور من التقدم وفي ظل الانفجار المعرفي. أما بالنسبة للأهمية العملية، نحن نتمثل في إلفات المعنيين بالأمر لمزايا التعليم عن بعد لدى جامعة الشرقية بشكل خاص ومؤسسات التعليم العالي بشكل عام، وكذلك نلفت النظر لدراسة صعوبات هذا النوع من التعليم حتى نستطيع الإيجاد حله. أما بالنسبة لمنهج الدراسة فنحن نتحدث عن المنهج الوصفي. أما بالنسبة لحدود الدراسة، بالنسبة للحدود الزمانية تم تطبيق الدراسة في الفصل الأول من عام الأكاديمي 2022-2021. أما بالنسبة للحدود المكانية فنحن نتطرق إلى جامعة الشرقية. أما بالنسبة للحدود البشرية فنحن اختصرنا على طلبة جامعة الشرقية. أما بالنسبة للحدود الموضوعية فنحن تطرقنا إلى معرفة آراء طلبة جامعة الشرقية حول التعليم عن بعد. فيما تطرقنا إلى مجتمع الدراسة، تكون مجتمع الدراسة من جميع طلبة جامعة الشرقية. أما بالنسبة لعينة الدراسة فقد اقتصرت على 244 طالب وطالبة من جامعة الشرقية، وقد تم اختيارهم بالطريقة العشوائية.
أما بالنسبة لأداة الدراسة، تم بناء أداة الدراسة على أساس الاستبيان، وتكونت من محورين أساسيين، وهما المحور الأول عن آراء طلبة جامعة الشرقية حول مزايا التعليم عن بعد في ظل جائحة كورونا، وتكون من 8 فقرات أساسية. أما بالنسبة للمحور الثاني فهو يتكلم عن الصعوبات التي تواجه طلبة جامعة الشرقية في التعليم عن بعد، وتكون من 5 فقرات كذلك. وتم استخدام مقياس خماسي متدرج، وهو الذي فرق بين غير موافق بشدة وغير موافق ومحايد وموافق وكذلك موافق بشدة، وتعطى لها درجات من 1 إلى 5. والآن أترككم مع زميلتي أستاذة نوف الجارية التي تكمل لكم نتائج الدراسة.
أهلا بكم مرة أخرى. طبعا مثل ما هي واضحة معكم نتائج الدراسة. نتائج السؤال الأول: ما آراء طلبة جامعة الشرقية حول مزايا التعليم عن بعد في ظل جائحة كورونا؟ مثل ما واضح معكم الشكل، بأن المتوسطات لآراء طلبة جامعة الشرقية حول مزايا التعليم عن بعد في ظل جائحة كورونا تراوحت بين 2.77 إلى 3.83، وبلغ المتوسط الكلي لهذه المتوسطات الحسابية 3.36 وبدرجة متوسطة. حيث جاءت الفقرة رقم 6: أرى أن التعليم عن بعد يساعد في استيعاب المادة أكثر من التعليم التقليدي في المرتبة الأولى بمتوسط حسابي 3.83 وبدرجة كبيرة. ويعزو الباحثين ذلك بسبب إمكانية التعليم في كل زمان ومكان عن طريق التعليم عن بعد، وخاصة في حالة التعليم الغير متزامن. بينما احتلت الفقرة الرابعة: أشعر بأن هذا النمط من التعليم يزيد من متعتي وحماسي للدراسة في المرتبة الأخيرة بدرجة متوسطة ومتوسط حسابي 2.77. ويعزو الباحثين ذلك إلى أن غياب التواصل المباشر بين الأستاذ والطالب يفقد الطلبة الكثير من المتعة التي ستكون بطريقة مختلفة لو كان اللقاء جماعيا وبشكل حضوري. نأتي الآن إلى الجدول الآخر أو إلى السؤال التالي، وهو ما الصعوبات التي تواجه طلبة جامعة الشرقية في التعليم عن بعد؟ طبعا كما نلاحظ في الجدول رقم 2 بأن المتوسطات الحسابية لدرجة الصعوبات التي يواجهها طلبة جامعة الشرقية في التعليم عن بعد تراوحت بين 2.61 إلى 3.66، وبلغ المتوسط الكلي لدرجة الصعوبات 3.9 وبدرجة كبيرة. ويعزو الباحثين ذلك إلى سبب ضعف شبكة الإنترنت في بعض المناطق، وبسبب الضغط التي تواجهه هذه الشبكات لكثرة المستخدمين. بينما احتلت الفقرة رقم 4 إلى الفقرة رقم 4 اللي هي أرى أن هناك ضعف في البنى التحتية لشبكات الإنترنت في المرتبة الأخيرة بدرجة متوسطة ومتوسط حسابي 2.61. ويعزو الباحثين ذلك إلى التدريب الذي استقبله الأساتذة من قبل جامعة الشرقية في التعامل مع المنصات المستخدمة في التعليم عن بعد. أخيرا نأتي إلى توصيات الدراسة، واقتصرنا على هذه التوصيتين اللي هي تضمين، دكتور لو سمحت الشريحة اللي بعدها، تضمين التعليم المدمج ضمن الخطة الفصلية للجامعة، وكذلك تدريب الطلبة على التعامل مع المنصات والتقنيات الحديثة. ختاما سعدنا أن نكون بصحبتكم في الدقائق الماضية. نشكركم جميعا على حسن الاستماع والإنصات. نتمنى أن نكون قد وفقنا أو تمكنا من إيضاح ما يجمله بحثنا في هذه العجالة. شكرا لكم.
شكرا جزيلا. الآن طبعا أتينا إلى نهاية المشاركات السبع من الطلبة. كل الشكر والتقدير. إن شاء الله تعالى سوف يكون تقييم مسابقات البحث العلمي 3 الأنواع سيكون بإذن الله في تمام الساعة 3:30. أتمنى أيضا وأرجو من الله أن تكونوا حاضرين حتى تسمعون هذه النتائج. فكل الشكر والتقدير. والآن انتقل الأخ الأستاذ حميد الوهيبي. تفضل أستاذ.
Welcome back. Just a few housekeeping notes before we break for lunch. Our lunch break will end at 1:30. From 1:30 to 3:30, inshallah, we'll have our parallel sessions. And at 3:30, we'll have the closing ceremony. The instructions how to join the parallel sessions will be displayed now on the screen. we have created the rooms, so you can enter the rooms from the after lunch. Okay. Okay. And for the at 3:30, inshallah, we will meet in the main room for the closing ceremony. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch.
وين يطيح؟ احنا ما يطيح. نطح بعد هذاك أبوه بسرعة حاول بعد حاول ساعة أول ساعة طاح طاح
recorded.
دكتور ريا. Yes, Dr. Raya, are you with me?
أيوة فيش. Let me
واضح؟
just.
It's clear?
لا كأن something is happened. Just let me check because.
طلعونا من القاعات.
أيوة طلعونا من القاعات. لحظة شوية.
Okay.
شكل حد من اللي عندهم كو هوست بالغلط طلعوا الكل. اوكي الحين خلاص اعتقد.
بعد ما في شيء شغال، ما في شيء شغال. هذا ما في شيء شغال هنا عندي. ممكن حد بس يشغل لنا هذه القاعة.
السلام عليكم. الشاشة ما شغالة. الشاشة عندي ما شغالة هني. في مشكلة في الزوم لأن الصوت ما شغال والشاشة ما شغالة بعد.
لو سمحتوا اللي موجودين في هذه الخلفية لازم تنتقلوا إلى شو اسمه الصفحة اللي ما يعني حسب التعليمات اللي معطينيها في الشاشة. لازم تنتقلوا على أساس أنكم تقدروا تسمعوا المحاضرة اللي بعدها.
وين ننتقل لو سمحتي؟ بس وين ننتقل؟ في لينك ولا حاجه ننتقل فيه؟
نعم، افتح من حيث تحت.
يعني في لينك ارسلتوا لي عشان ننتقل فيه؟
ايوه، مكتوب تحت في الصفحه هنا بتلقى كده 4 مربعات مكتوب حيثها بريك اوت رومز.
بريك اوت روم، ليف بريك اوت روم.
ايوه، اضغط عليه بيطلع لك القاعات من كل الكليات وروح في الكليه اللي فيها. تحت كده 4 مربعات
سوينا بس هو ما يتحرك من مكانه، هو ثابت في مكانه ما يتحرك.
طلع وادخل مرة ثانية راح يصير عادي. هاي بس الشبكة ترى.
ممكن تكون شبكه. طيب نحاول مره ثانيه.
خلاص أخوي ولا بعده؟
Welcome back, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the keynote speakers, Dr. Salah Al-Zijjani, Professor Ahmed Mandin, and Dr. Simon Courage, and our own researchers and the presenters for their contribution to this event. Also, we would like to give special thanks to our students for their participation in the PP competition. Next year, we look forward to more student engagement and participation. We would like to acknowledge. We would like also to acknowledge the organizing committee members for their hard work in putting this event together and making it a success. I would like to give a special and big thanks to public relations and marketing department and IT department for their support. We have all the people here except for arts and humanities room. They are still in session. They will join us once they are done, but we will carry on with our proceedings. Now allow me to share my screen. It will take a second. Okay, so this is the real moment that everybody has been waiting for. Now we will announce the awards for best paper, highly cited researcher and students PP competition results as well. And the best paper award will be based on the colleges. We will have a person from each college. Okay, so best paper award. From the College of Applied and Health Sciences, we have Dr. Nasruddin Khan. From the College of Arts and Humanities, we have Dr. Ahmed Mohammed Al-Kharousi. From the College of Business Administration, we have Dr. Fadi Abdul Fattah. From the College of Engineering, we have Dr. Mu'tasim Al-Azaiza. From the College of Law, we have Dr. Nizar Qishta. From the Center for Languages and Foundation Studies, we have Dr. Bashir Abdul Noor Al-Bashir. So congratulations, and now we will announce the highly cited researchers award or researchers award. From the College of Applied and Health Sciences, we have Dr. Nasruddin Khan. From the College of Arts and Humanities, we have Dr. Qasim Al-Ajmi. From the College of Business Administration, we have Dr. Khalid Abid Al-Dahliz. From the College of Engineering, we have Dr. Mu'tasim Al-Azaiza. Center for Languages and Foundation Studies, we have Dr. Hamid Rahman. And for the Best Students Poster Award, we have Hind Hilal Al-Duhli from the College of Arts and Humanities for her in recognition of her poster titled التحديات التي تواجه طلبة التربية العملية في الجامعات العمانية أثناء التدريب الميداني. And we have second place for Rayan Salim Sharji. The same presentation, sorry. And then we have second place, Reem Abdullah Al-Muqbali from the College of Arts and Humanities for the poster award, sorry, for their poster titled الضغوط التربوية وعلاقتها بالرضا عن التعلم الإلكتروني في ظل جائحة كورونا لدى طلاب جامعة الشرقية. And for the Best Students Poster Award, we have Rayyan Hamed Shibli for the same project. And Best Students Project Award, we have Aida Yaqub الرحبي. We have 7 students من شركة مداهن الطلابية. عايدة يعقوب الربحي، بشرى عبد الله العامري، روان خلفان الهنائي، رزان عبد الله الرواحي، شهد سعيد السناني، منار رجب المخيمي، هاجر سيف المزيني. Okay, and for the Best Students Presenter Award, first place, Nabila Al-Belushi. And then the second place, we have 2 people here, Narjas Muhammad Razaiqi and Muhammad Qasim Al-Maqbali. And we would like to recognize the efforts of the organizing committee, Dr. Raya Al-Belushi, Dr. Ayman Al-Saleh, Dr. Ahmed Al-Hadrami, Ms. Asma Al-Jabri, Dr. Nazar Qishta, Dr. Fadi, Ms. Safa, Mr. Muhammad Sheikh, Ms. Zakiya Al-Rashdi, Mr. Ahmed Al-Sharqawi, and Mr. Ahmed Al-Wahibi. And we would like to thank as well the evaluating committee for the evaluation committee. And we have Dr. Ahmed Al-Hadrami, Dr. Khalid Al-Jardani, Dr. Raya Al-Belushi, and Ms. Asma Al-Jabri. Thank you so much. And this is the end of our research day. And see you inshallah next year. All the best. And you will receive, for the speakers, you will receive your certificates, and we will work on sharing the records with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I'd like to thank all speakers, all participants, and see you in coming Research Day 2023. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day.
Inshallah, you too. Thank you for all of you.
Recorded.